Ready, Cheryl? We're good? Okay. Thank you very much. Can everyone in Zoom land hear me? Okay, good. Well, welcome everybody. This is the first time that the recently elected council has had an opportunity to get together as a team. Notwithstanding what you may have read, it is not in fact a council meeting because we have not yet been sworn in. That happens next Tuesday. So we're going to continue as a group of councilors-elect on a mission of training and onboarding and basically an understanding of some of the key elements that are in this role and some of the responsibilities that we're taking on. We're going to start right now. It's 11:31. We'll call the meeting to order. I would confirm that all councilors-elect are present, with the exception, I believe, of Councilor-elect Nishikawa. I don't see her on Zoom. She's certainly not here in the room, so she's not here with us right now. As I started to say earlier, we've been joined here by some people who are going to help us with this. Key members of senior staff are here. Our CAO is here. Some members, a member from Strategy Corp. I don't know if there's another one on Zoom or not, but Chris Loretto from Strategy Corp is here with us as well. And in a matter of about 2 minutes, I'm going to hand over to them. And together we're going to spend the next several hours in basically a training session. We will not be discussing business of council. We will not be advancing the business of the township. There will be no decisions and there will be no resolutions and there will be no directions to staff. And all of those limitations come as a result of the fact that we are not yet sworn in. We have or will continue to carry on in the public eye, simply because we think that's good practice under the Municipal Act, and also because it's also good practice under the bylaw of the Township of Muskoka Lakes. I'm going to start with a land acknowledgement statement. We want to acknowledge that we are on lands traditionally occupied by traditional peoples. Indigenous peoples have cared for this territory for the benefit of future generations, and their stewardship throughout the ages is recognized. Last thing that I'm going to say before I hand it over to CAO Derek Hammond is because, as I said earlier, we're continuing to live broadcast this. We're holding it in a public forum with any members of the public interested in attendance with us, which is none right now. I think it's important to point out that the session is being live streamed. It's being recorded and will be available on the township or through the Township of Muskoka Lakes website and their YouTube channel. And by participating in this open public meeting today, you, the participants, are consenting to your image, voice, and comments being recorded and being posted online. So just a personal note, tremendously gratifying to be with this group. I think we are going to accomplish a tremendous amount for this township and for its constituents. And I really and truly do look forward to getting to the business of this council as quickly as we can. And with that, I'm going to ask Derek Hammond if he would please take it from here. Thank you.
Thanks, Your Worship, and good morning, everybody. So I think the only member of council I haven't yet met is Councillor McIntyre, so I look forward to that, but I am Derek Hammond, the CAO. And I'd like to, on behalf of the strategic leadership team, welcome each of you, along with congratulate you on your acclamation or election or re-election. And like you, we're excited to begin the term. And as we recognize that we have a lot of talent around the table, in order to allow you to gel as a team quickly, we've developed a robust and thoughtful onboarding experience, which is comprised of a variety of sessions. So today is, of course, the first of those sessions. I know Lauren's reached out to each of you to reserve a few other dates for some more generalized sessions. And as we start to ramp up in the term, there'll be additional opportunities for education in terms of presentations at the beginning of regular committee meetings. There will also be opportunities for you to attend conferences. We do have a policy as it relates to that. So our plan is to ensure that there's continuing education throughout the term. Of course, today is about roles and responsibilities, but before we get into that, I wanted to introduce the senior team. And attached to your reference document, you'll notice that there was bios so that you know that we've got a very accomplished team of professionals working with you to assist you in your journey over the term. So I'd like to start off by acknowledging Ken Becking, our Director of Public Works. And Ken, if you could pop your camera on and say hello, please.
I think, Derek, somebody's controlling the video feed.
Are you telling us that they didn't want you to? I think that's on your end, Ken.
I think Cheryl's got the control there. Anyway, welcome members of council and congratulations on your election. As Derek has alluded to, my name is Ken Becking. I'm the Director of Public Works. That makes me responsible for roads, bridges, and most of the other physical infrastructure of the municipality.
Okay, thanks, Ken. Next, we have Mark Donaldson, our Director of Financial Services.
Good morning. How is everyone this morning? My name is Mark Donaldson. I am the Director of Financial Services and Treasurer, responsible for all things financial, tax related, and information technology for the township. Welcome.
Next, we have Sarah Lehman, our Manager of Human Resources.
Good morning, everyone. Sarah Lehman, Manager of Human Resources. In our department, we also have payroll and benefits. Thank you.
Next, we have Ryan Morrell, our Fire Chief. He may be out and about on a call. David Fink is our Director of Development Services and Environmental Sustainability. And David's away on vacation at this time. Next, of course, we have Lauren, who is our Director of Legislative Services. And you've all met her. And then we have Kathy Duck, our Chief Librarian. And as the Mayor-elect alluded, we also are very pleased to have with us today to guide us through part of the presentation, Chris Loretto from Strategy Corp. And our plan this morning is to start off, probably get through a little bit of the first topic on the agenda. And then we'll take a short break. We have some sandwiches and refreshments. We'll go over, grab those, and sort of have a working lunch for the rest of the afternoon, if that works for everybody. And we'll progress through the materials from there. So at this point, I think I'll turn it over to Chris.
Great, thanks, Derek. Everybody can hear me okay? I know in the room, but online, everybody can hear me okay? It's first off, I do want to say congratulations to the returning councillors and congratulations to the new councillors. I wish you all the best over your next 4 years. You should be commended and thanked for putting your names forward for public office. It's a very noble and honorable calling. And I know, having had some experience working certainly with a number of you, it's going to be a very good 4 years for the township. But thank you very much for taking the time to put your names on the ballot and to serve your community on this council. I will share my screen just so everybody sees the presentation materials at home. What I want to start off with is first off, we have the way today is structured is I would like to make it as intimate and interactive as possible. So I will be posing questions to you. I would, very much welcome you posing questions to me or to some of the senior leadership team that is assembled here as part of the training. I think you'll absorb the material more. My job isn't to lecture you on your roles and responsibilities, but to share where there are where there are clear rules under legislation, and then where things are really up to you in terms of how you want to conduct yourselves, both individually and collectively, as a council. And so as we go through all the pieces, please ask questions. There's no such thing as a silly question. There really isn't. And we do have the benefit of re-elected councillors as well. So you can share based on some of your experience and how you've approached certain issues or how you've come to understand certain procedures or processes that you're responsible for here at the municipality. So we are working in a hybrid environment, and I know in the room we've asked people to be both on mute and to also turn off your volume. So as questions are raised in the room, I will take the opportunity to repeat it so that folks online have the benefit of hearing the question, so that we're not leaving anybody out based on how they're joining us today. In terms of this session, I've covered some of this. You were elected, we were not. We're here to just share with you the benefit of what we've seen and observed over time. Strategy Corp has been doing municipal council orientations and training for at least 20 years or so. So we will share with you, must-dos and best practices. But at the end of the day, in terms of how you function and how successful you are as a team and as a group, really depends on you and how you work together, and not just how you work around the elected table, but how the elected table works with the administration to advance the interests and the priorities that are set for the community. The benefit of having a council obviously is not just in terms of the statutory responsibilities that you have to perform, but it is the different skills and backgrounds and experiences that you bring to the table for the benefit of ensuring sound decision making and a high quality oversight, so that the municipality is delivering for its residents at the end of the day. So a lot of what we're going to talk about here is what those roles and responsibilities are, how you bring your talents to the table in a way that advances the mission of the organization. In terms of what we'll cover today, I've built in some exercises for us so that we can share and get the conversation going throughout the day. We'll talk about municipal councils and the difference between a municipal council and a provincial or federal government. And some of this may be very basic for folks, but I think it's really important to understand that there are fundamental differences between this table and a cabinet table, say in Toronto or in Ottawa. We'll talk about the legal framework that governs municipalities. And I heard someone mention, when are we going to talk about Bill 23? That's an example of the framework in which you operate. And we'll talk a little bit more about that and what it does and does not mean. And then we'll get into roles and responsibilities. So what are our roles individually as councillors? What is our collective role as a council? What is the role of Derek and his team? And then how do we work together? How do we work together collectively? And what is it that we're each responsible for bringing to sound and good governance for the municipality that allows us to do well by our residents at the end of the day? We'll talk about those relationships. Then we'll also talk about beyond the four walls here at Township Hall. We'll talk about your relationship with the district and spheres of responsibility between the township and the district. We'll also get into some elements of spheres of responsibility with the province as well. And then we'll finish the day off by talking about how we want to set, what kind of tone we want to set collectively as a council. And Derek is also going to take us through the strategic plan that is in place and the priorities that are set in there, as a refresher for some and perhaps a first brief for others, so that we can begin the conversation of rule setting. We're not advancing the business of the council today or of the government, but it's important for us to just begin to wrap our heads around those things so you can hit the ground running for when you are sworn in. I'll stop there before we go to our first exercise. I'm just wondering if anyone has questions on either the agenda that we have today or the approach that we're taking. Everybody's okay? Excellent. Excellent. Okay, so I know this is being streamed, but we are gonna have a bit of dead air for a few minutes, because I want you guys to do an exercise for me to get us going. what this exercise is really about, why you're here and what you expect to get from your experience on council. And so on a piece of paper or on your computers, but take some time to think about it. Write down 3 things. Reasons why you decided to join or to rejoin council. The things you hope to contribute to council. So what are your passions? What are your talents, your skills, your experience that you want to bring to the table? And then what do you hope to get out of this experience? What do you hope to get out of being a member of council? And so if you can take 5 minutes to write those down, I'll then open up the conversation. And if there is a volunteer who wants to go first, great. If not, I'll issue a mandatory opportunity to some poor soul to get us kicked off. So let's take 5 minutes to do that. If it goes faster, just flag for me and we can accelerate the process. Oh, very impressive.
Alan, are you volunteering or were you voluntold? The top of the show, everyone else, we don't.
Give folks another couple minutes. Does anybody need more time? Good. Do you need more time? Continue writing. We've had a mandatory opportunity issued by a colleague to a colleague. So Councillor Edwards is going to lead us off on his thoughts on these questions. So councillors in the room, if I will go on mute, but if you can take yourself on mute so that folks can hear you more clearly. Yeah, I will go. So yeah, so as you share, I'll go off mute. I'll go on mute. You can go off mute to share your thoughts firsthand. So Councillor Edwards, I'm going on mute now, and if you can share for us your answer to these three questions.
Okay. I looked at it. You said on a piece of paper, write down 3 reasons why you've joined. So I did 3 for each one. One was basically to complete the work that was not finished with the last council. And that example, and not the official plan, we want to see that through, and a few other bylaws and that going through. And I guess I wanted to actually provide my previous experience on that council. And I want to continue to protect the environment because I think that's fundamental. And as far as the things I hope to contribute, first of all, my 12 years of experience on district and township council, I was concerned when I heard that there was at least 5 district councillors who were not seeking re-election. And I thought that that is important to have continuity. And hopefully my ability to listen and understand the issues, and that is another thing, and hopefully provide reasonable problem solving. And the things I hope to get out of being on council, again, is to protect the environment with reasonable development, and to make Muskoka a better community to live, work, and play in. And the third and last one is giving back to the community I live in. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor Edwards. I'm going to alternate between folks that are in the room and online. Can I ask Councillor Zavitz? It's great to see you again, Councillor Zavitz. Can I go to you next for your perspectives on this?
Well, thank you, Chris. And again, same sentiment from my perspective. Good to see you in the room, and welcome to all of our councillors back for this term, and for the new folks. I guess number one, one of the folks had said, Alan had certainly said what he'd said earlier, and I certainly understand and agree with that. I sort of took a little different tack. I rejoined, I think, certainly to sustain the momentum of the plethora of plans and actions that we enacted last council. We certainly were a busy group. I think it's a personally satisfying pursuit to be a councillor, and ultimately making TML a better place, as Alan has said. What do I hope to contribute? I guess my experience, some common sense, and certainly an abundance of energy. And I do like the idea of working really hard to link common goals. I think that's been somewhat lacking, and understanding what common goals could be to make this a better place. I guess what I hope to get out of this experience is next 4 years, I guess, is an enhanced TML experience on a myriad of pursuits. And that, while it seems like a grab bag, we do need to make this a better place. And whether it's a new bill, whether it's a bylaw, whether it's a speed, some sort of a planning issue, we need to work together to solve a lot of things that are coming at us. So that's that. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Councillor Zavitz. I am going to go to one of our new councillors, Councillor Moyer-Kent. Are you okay to share your perspectives on these questions? These are real tests.
Well, it's a pleasure to be here and to have all these new people to get to know and work with. So I'm looking forward to that. I think the primary reason I was motivated to put my hat in the ring was, I've said this throughout my campaign, and I continue to say it, is that I am extremely focused on what's happening to the development and the environment. And I would like to effectively see a tighter control and management of the development in the township over the next 4 years. And that's through bylaw management and other, but that is my prime focus. My cottages is situated in a location where that's what I see every day. And I hate to see Muskoka being trampled on. So true focus on the environment and a controlling, more able ability to control the environment. Number two, I want to focus on the financial side of issues. I feel there's a lot to do here, tons of great ideas, but such limited resources that we're being constrained by. I need to get into the details of municipal finance, which is not a small thing. And I'd like to focus on the relationship between the funding of the municipality and the district to see what opportunities there are for improvements in terms of funding. The limitations that you guys are facing dollars wise are very, very significant to me. And lastly, I just personally wanted to contribute to the community. I'm at a certain age where I felt I could bring some of my time and experience in the business world. And what do I want to accomplish? I want to contribute. What do I expect to get out of it, or how do I contribute? I guess, what was the second question? Things you hope to contribute. I hope to bring my financial savvy. That was simple. I want to bring a perspective of an islander. And I want to bring the perspective of a summer resident, in addition to obviously focusing on the needs of the full community. That is what I think I personally can bring to the table. What do I want to get out of it? Personally, I want to learn some knowledge about how to run a municipal township. I am not experienced at that. I'm experienced with business, but not that. And I want to hopefully help the environment and keep Muskoka, which is a very trite way of saying it, but I'd like to see some of the things that are happening slow down. So that's my long-winded answers to your short questions.
No, it's and it wasn't long-winded at all. Thank you for sharing that. Councillor Roberts, can I go to you next? Going back to our team online.
Thank you, certainly, and thank you, and welcome everyone to this team. And I do underline team because I think that we'll achieve a lot more by working with a team, trying to understand where each of us are coming from and to work on a compromise. And I've found that to be successful in the years that I've worked in the professional world. I changed it a bit. I took the word council out because I did not rejoin to join a club called a council. I joined to continue to protect the character, the environment, the experience, and the well-being of what we call Muskoka. And that is the primary reason, that I joined. Things I hope to contribute to the community, to the greater community, is I want to, right off the top, I want to, I guess two things I'm just going to speak to. One is I want to contribute and make sure that we move forward and consider the recreation master plan points that were proposed in last term. There's a lot of work there to be done. The plan does say there's a lot of gaps and there's a lot of potential, but we know it's going to cost a lot of money and there's going to have to be a lot of out-of-box thinking. So the next one is going to surprise some people, but I want to facilitate some sort of work group or relationship with the key developers in Muskoka, the ones that we heard a lot from, a lot of good points over during the official plan process. They expressed a concern of what they believe to be a process that is slow, that could be enhanced, could be changed. And this group, we need to sit down and really try to understand how we can work together, and we can maybe shore up some of the areas that they think are not working, or how we can communicate better with them and get their years of experience and their on the ground experience, because it's not all the bad actors out there that we're putting bylaws in, Sugarloaf, and because of one or two bad actors or 100 bad actors. But there's a community out there that we've got to listen to. And finally, what do I hope to get out of this? Rather than just attending 80 meetings as we did last year, and planning, if you're not aware already, planning is 80% of our work, where we're working on specific individual files. I'm saying, are they going to let them have that or not have that? What I want to do is, from a council, to come up with a list of things that, as a group, we all said it in our brochures, that we want this, we got to do that. Well, we got to work together in small groups and come up with what's realistic and what's achievable. Because within municipal government, I have learned, I had hopes and dreams when I started 4 years ago, but soon learned through the process, painfully, that, it's outside the scope of our work. So I hope after the 4 years that we have significantly moved this battleship, not just in the governmental parts, but in making it a better place for the character, the environment, and the experience. And that's what I have. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Robertson. It's great to see you again and really appreciate that contribution. Councillor Mazan, can I go to you next?
Thank you. And through you, I guess that sounds very formal. Habits, habits, long-term habits here. So just to keep it, I'll try to be brief. I think I ran on this last time the platform of the importance of a healthy environment and coexisting with a healthy community. And where if we can approach our decision-making with those two things at our forefront, I think that will set our communities and this beautiful place we call Muskoka Lakes up for long-term success. And underneath each of those titles, I had a list of the actions that our previous council had started. And I was trying to put things into categories and groups because I really needed to have something that I could stand behind when I decided to put my name back into the hat. So yeah, healthy environment, healthy communities, and certainly my last part of that was working together and the importance not only of this group working well together, but working with staff and working with the public towards these goals is something that I think is important. And certainly when I talk about other groups, I then extend that to the district, to the region, the province, federal government. There's so many different stakeholder groups out here that are working towards things. And I think the more we can strengthen those and understand those relationships, the better we are all in achieving that goal or that vision, I guess I would call it. That's my vision: healthy environment, healthy communities. As far as the reasons or what I guess what I could contribute, I think when I really contemplated this, I realized the importance of the 4 years of experience I've had thus far, the difference between the private sector versus public. I think all of us that have rerun and are here today would say it was a learning curve. And I would love to help anybody kind of hit the ground running to try and get the strengths of these, the amazing talents at this table, kind of working towards these goals. So I think the thoughtful perspective and just thinking things through is probably our best path forward. Things I hope to get out of being on council. That is such a great question. And it's hard to say. We did lay a lot of foundational pieces, and without getting into the details on that, continuing to see projects as Councillor Edwards said, like we have Manette, we have an official plan. We know we're going to have to get into the comprehensive zoning bylaw, and we want to start just, not fighting each other, but actually working together and actually getting these things done. And I get excited about that idea. Another project that I'm somewhat passionate about is the recreation master plan. I see that as two parts. I see that as delivering against healthy communities, but it's also helping to start address a financial piece, Sally, you brought that piece up, is our infrastructure. And it was a bit of an epiphany. That was a 1.5 year long project that included public engagement, included council engagement, staff. It was a long process. And our steering committee worked really hard on that. And I think it's a really interesting model in understanding how do we help not only steward our community today, but actually put together the right framework for long-term planning. So that was a lot more long-winded than I intended.
No, don't feel like you have to hold back. So
I'm kind of passionate about this.
yes, and that's what we want to understand. So we'll continue on.
Thank you.
You're probably saying, Loretta, why are you doing this? This is boring. I don't think it's boring. I'm sure you're learning about but you need to learn about your colleagues, what motivates them, what makes them tick. Because if you're going to be a cohesive team, right, you need to know why that individual is sitting at the table, right? What are they passionate about? What do they have to contribute so that you can get the best out of each other, but also know how to attack problems, right? Know how to attack, and it's aggressive language, but know how to reach reasonable compromise where you're not always agreeing. And it starts by understanding each other at a human level, I believe, and why it is you're sitting around this table, because you all care. And it's important to share that, and to, particularly when you're going to have points in time where things may get heated, or things are proving to kind of be really difficult to deal with. And sometimes it's just, sometimes it's helpful to remove yourself from that situation and remember, what makes Councillor Mason tick? What is she really looking for out of this? What am I looking for out of this? How do we then use that to build the kind of common ground we need to move forward? So I'm going to go to another new councillor, Councillor Bosmworth. Are you okay to share your perspective on these questions?
And just for everybody around the table, it's Bosmworth. Sorry, Bosmworth. It's all right. It's a very common mistake. So why did I join? Why did I run? The soft reasons are, and it's trite, passion for Muskoka. I've been coming here all my life, and it just means an awful lot to me. And this is a chance to make a difference. And even if it's nothing more than my own mind at the end of my experience here, that I've left some sort of legacy, but working with this team to make a difference. And, people talk, keep Muskoka, make Muskoka, whatever it is. This team has to figure it out and carry on the work the last council did, because clearly this is council. It's a very good example of where we are going to have to carry on the work that the last council did. So in terms of specifics, there's a number around the table. I think we're going to get a lot of common areas that we want to work on. But like councillor, if I'm going to start used to calling you Councillor Moyer Kent, I am an islander, and it's called the view from the canoe. I like the view from the canoe concept at day, but at night I have a passion for dark sky bylaws, dark sky lighting, and I've learned a lot about that. We need to keep our shorelines beautiful and not turn them into subdivisions. I think we will be probably writing the bylaws. What's the official name for them? Anyway, the bylaws. And I've got some strong opinions about how they should be. And I want to be a part of that. So what can I contribute? Well, I bring experience, 4 years on the Committee of Adjustments, not like being on council, but if we spend 60 or 70% of our time on planning, then I've got a reasonable base of experience for that. I bring my professional background, which is in corporate finance, but that was quite a few years ago, so I don't emphasize that as much as I used to. And more recently, my experience running the National Decibel Coalition, which is a team we had to run on a national basis, and I was ahead of that. So I like working in teams, and we're making big strides there. I'm on the board of Safe Quiet Lakes, so that helps as well. What do I want to get out of it? Well, I protect Muskoka, keep Muskoka, whatever those words you want to say. That's what I want to get out of it. Just put in some hard work. I'm quite happy to do hard work, and I think there's lots of opportunities around this table to do some hard work. And in the end, I don't want to get personally anything out of this. I just want to leave Muskoka a place that's protected, and we have to look after it for future generations.
That's great. Thank you. Thank you, Councillor. That's wonderful. Can I go to Councillor McIntyre? Councillor McIntyre, you okay to
Yeah,
share your
we're
perspectives on these
working on
questions?
it. There we go. We're here now. Hi. So after listening to all of these people who have such amazing ideas and already know what they're doing, I'm a bit daunted, but we'll press on. The reasons I decided to join, well, I didn't actually decide to join. I was recruited, and the initial reaction was no, 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 no. And then I stopped to think and I said, yes, I think this is a good thing to do. It's a good thing for my community, for my home, my heart, which is Muskoka, and for the people that I know and that I work with who live in my area. My goal is to work with my community and come up with the vision of what we want Muskoka to be, and then to work to implement that vision. What do I hope to contribute? Well, I've got a lot of energy, I've got a lot of enthusiasm, and I've got a lot of experience, and I really enjoy working with communities, working with people, both individually and in groups, to figure out what is our vision, what are our goals, what do we want to accomplish on all of the issues that are facing us and facing the council at this point in time. What is my chance? My chance is to work towards what I want, the Muskoka I want to see, and this Muskoka I'm hoping my constituents want to see, to ensure that the voices of my constituents are heard through me, and to bring my experience in a vast number of legal areas to work for the Council of Muskoka. Those are my 3 questions.
That's great. Thanks. Another new councillor, Councillor Burry.
Thanks, Chris. I don't want to sound like a broken record, so I won't. I think that much of what's been said is I would echo. Having been a bit of an athlete as a younger person, okay, much younger person, love to hear about team and because I played a lot of team sports and have different, we need to know when's our time to be in what position. And there's all kinds of analogies around that. One of my constituents, a good pal, won a Stanley Cup, and he wrote a letter at one point to this council about, I've played this game all my life, living within the rules. Why can't people live within the rules? So I think you hear a lot about that. The reason I decided to run, quite frankly, was I was tired of listening to myself complaining, and I recognized that I had some of the time and maybe some of the talent to be able to contribute to the team, and so I said, why not? Obviously, I'm an environmentalist. I was 13 years with the Toronto Atmospheric Fund, and that goes back 20 years ago. 8 years on the Green Municipal Fund, 6 years on the council and on the investments. So I think I bring a fairly wide range of skills that may be different to what the council's seen before. I've seen how municipalities across the country work that have the same kinds of issues, and maybe there's some things we can learn from other municipalities so we don't have to reinvent the wheel. It's not always the same. It's not always just our problem. There are many elsewhere. So I hope to be able to contribute where it makes sense for those kinds of things to be a participator. And what I hope to get out of it is I'm a lifelong learner. So if I learn one thing a day, it's all good.
That's wonderful. Thank you very much. Councillor Nishikawa, it's great to see you again. Are you okay to participate at this point with your answers to these questions?
I like what Guy said. We'll go with that. But mostly, I think everyone knows I care for my community. I would say that I will be the voice and will continue to be the voice to remind people that there's a large community in Muskoka Lakes that don't live on waterfront, that have great challenges from those individuals that, and some counselors might be shocked to hear this, but in fact, we do have people that live in our township that live on dirt floors. That's a reality. We have a huge, huge number of people that live in poverty in the township of Muskoka Lakes. We don't talk about that around our table very often. I hope that there's going to be room to have further discussion about that, because it really isn't just about the waterfront property owners, for me in particular. I hope that I can be part of offering fair and balanced service to all, not based on, you know, who you are or what location you're in. As well as I really do want to develop better roads. I want to be more on top of, or getting caught up in my opinion, of roads. I've said this to others that, you know, really people are looking for their garbage to be picked up and to be able to drive down a road that is not going to destroy their car, for instance. And all of the other stuff is kind of fluff, because it all gets different for whatever different areas. So the added values to those services is what I'm trying to distinguish the differences that are. I think most know, certainly Gord, I've dragged him along, that I am a team player. Very quickly on, when we were on our Parks and Trails Committee, I had asked that we are co-chairs. We don't need a second chair. We just need to be co-chairs, and where I found for myself that was very important, because Gord was bringing a whole different lens to things that I hadn't appreciated, and even how he managed the meetings. So yeah, just looking forward to moving forward with some things. And again, I'm just going to remind everybody that there's a whole lot of other people out there than just waterfront people. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor Nishikawa. And I think I've covered all councillors. And last but not least, your worship, you made the jump from councillor to mayor. Explain yourself.
I'm trying to, I can be heard? Yes, I can. Trying to explain that to myself for the last couple of weeks, to be honest with you. Listen, I've got 3 answers, but I actually have a bonus answer because I don't read well. So I answered another question.
That's great.
So we'll start with why rejoining council. I have a very, very broad definition for constituent. I think that the trees and the rocks and the fish and the wildfowl, waterfowl and the animals in this world are all part of our constituency, and they are a part, along with some of our human constituents that frankly I don't think are well represented unless we step up and take the lead on their behalf. So nobody's looking out for the trees unless we look out for the trees, and Lord knows there's a lot of reasons why they may be at risk. So a big part of why I'm doing this is to look out for those elements of my broad definition of constituent that don't look out for themselves well. Certain members of the permanent population. Some of my defined constituents aren't even here yet. I'm trying to figure out how we better grow a community. So there's people that aren't here yet that I think we need to look out for and work for to try to add value and create a bigger and better community for them. Business people as well. People who are struggling to run a business successfully and feed their families on 12 or 15 weeks worth of work face a challenge that we presumably can help with. What do I bring to the table? Number one, I have a very strong sense of good governance. I sometimes sort of sound picky on principle, but the simple fact of the matter is we are an integral part, and probably a more important part than we realize, of the democratic process, and there are rules. And if we don't play by those rules, we serve nobody well. I have a very strong passion for place here. I've lived in a few other places, Oakville, Mississauga, Ottawa. I've never felt so immediately embraced as I did when we moved here permanently a few years ago. I've never seen such disparity as I see here. And I just have a sense that that I can help look out for those things based on some of my skills and previous experience that can't look out for themselves. And I got to tell you, well, we'll move on to the next one. What do I get back from this? And I'll tell you, I knew when I met Councillor-elect Burry that we shared a common sartorial splendidness. But I also didn't know that I'd run into another person on this council who feels the same way I do about learning something every day. Any of you who know me from previous term, and I think actually our CAO, him, and you and I were having this discussion in your office 2 days ago. I was put in a position in August of 1990 where I was pushed into a job, not pushed, I took it, but I took a job that quite frankly was way, way, way above my ability. And I recognized right away quick the value of coming out of the house every morning with a goal to learn something was invaluable to me and very useful to anybody that I was serving. I feel the same way to this day. And it's a motto or a trait that both of my kids actually echo from time to time and hopefully live up to as well. So that's a big issue for me. I find this very challenging. This job is very challenging. You go through this, public job interview process where you're scored on a card that somebody reads in the middle of the night and tells you whether you win or lost. Nobody else goes through that except elected officials. But at the end of the day, it's that strangeness is offset by just an incredibly gratifying sense when you're able to look at your work and realize that you've made a difference. And so that's really why why I'm here. The last issue, the bonus question. Excellent. I thought you were asking me what we were doing here today and what we hope to get out of here today. So I have two issues, and one of them is pretty mundane. Never having had a lot of exposure to district, but now being a member of district council, we're going to be called upon. We and the three district councilors and I are going to be called upon to make a decision. I believe it's on the 4th of December, if I'm not mistaken, 5th of December, to elect a new district chair. But somewhere between now and then, I have a big knowledge gap to fill in about what's important, what's relevant, and how it all hangs together. And the second thing, and I know after 4 years here, you spend 30 years in the corporate world, you know how to get stuff done. I still am not sure I know how to get stuff done here. I mean, it gets done, but you have to use skills, intuition, persuasiveness, leadership that maybe you've never really had to use when all you had to do was yell at somebody to get stuff done. That doesn't work so well here. So I think learning about the process and how ideas turn into discussions and consideration, feedback, public engagement, and ultimately a change in the legislation. I need a reminder. So that's it.
That's great. Thanks, Your Worship. And I would just add, in terms of some of those skills you need to actually get things done in government, just generally, is patience, right? Because process matters, because it's the way, as some of you have mentioned, that's the way we make sure our constituent voices are heard. That's the way we make sure people are involved in the process. That's the way we bring people along so that we actually do deliver the change or have the impact that that we're expecting. And the other thing that I think is important from this conversation is not everybody comes to this table with the same experiences, same same worldviews, and the diversity in worldviews and the experiences are your goal, and your goal individually and collectively is to always make sure that's accretive to the work that you're trying to do around this table. And it means that in addition to speaking, it's really important to listen, right? And in terms of you doing your jobs, both as individuals and council, those experiences and worldviews and listening to others serve as important frames through which to test, think through, advise, and ultimately make decisions on the things that staff are going to help you navigate. in your work over the next 4 years. So I'm really glad you took the time to answer those questions. Hopefully, you know a little bit more about each other as a result. But again, at the end of the day, this table is going to work based on how you know and respect and work work with each other. Are we okay to get into it, or do we have to do sandwiches? Sandwiches? Okay.
Pardon me,
I
I have
a few
my- I
minutes
have-
to grab
I have
some
my-
lunch, and
I
then
have
we'll
my
then we'll
hand up.
jump then we'll jump
Pardon me?
into it.
I do have my hand up. Lord Roberts?
Councillor Roberts, you have a question?
Well, thank you. So we just spent an hour and I'm going to ask a question. So what? I have spent an hour listening to some really good input, learning from people and things we want, but we need to take it farther. We as a councillor now, or as a group, and this will be one of the very few times we have an open discussion like this. Maybe we don't do it today, but we should. I hope that CAO Hammond, we're going to document the thoughts that we've just gone through, and then we could take that, and we could do the so what. Okay, how are we going to achieve what we've just talked about?
Yeah, so Councillor Roberts, this is training, and it's not to advance specific agendas. But the reason the so what here is, as we're going through what can be some fairly dry material, in terms of roles and responsibilities, knowing why we're here, what we hope to achieve, what we hope to contribute, along with some of the materials today, will hopefully help illuminate, this is my role, this is their role, this is how the roles work together in order to achieve what it is that you're looking to do. Everything from priority setting all the way through to executing those priorities. So this is recorded. I've taken notes. I think I saw Derek taking notes. So no doubt those will be brought forward. But I think it's important to understand those things just in terms of, I don't want this to just be a rote, here's what the Municipal Act says your job is and what Derek's job is, and you better, adhere to that. It's really important at the end of the day to know that those roles and responsibilities come to life based on the things that we're bringing to the table and the things that we want to do at this table. Is that fair?
That's fair, and I'll hold off a comment like that until the end of the session to see what we are going to achieve. Thank you.
They're yelling at me.
Okay, Mayor-elect Kelly, I just wanted to add, to Chris's points and take us back to the comment about patience. And I think we're just starting the term today. It's an educational session. And I think, as I indicated, we're going to have a series of onboarding sessions, and we're going to build that knowledge. We're going to get to where Councillor Roberts wants to get to. But I think one of the messages I'm going to communicate to you later today is, and I think we've already heard it somewhat, is things take time. There's a lot of considerations. There's legislative constraints. Councillor Moore-Kent talked about capacity, resources. We also talked earlier about bringing the community along with this journey. Some of us may sort of have a thought about where we need to get to, and it may be the case. But really, we need to be mindful about the fact that we have to be respectful about process and ensure that our process engages the community so we get the variety of views and the information we need to make those appropriate decisions. So we will get there. And I suspect we'll have We'll talk about an accomplishments document later today, and I suspect this group's accomplishments document will be equally as meaty, but it's just going to take us some time to get there, and we will. So at this point, I'd suggest that we take perhaps 10 minutes or so, grab a sandwich, we'll come back, and we'll reconvene, if that's good with everyone.
So we'll reconvene at 12:40. That's 10 minutes.
Still on.
Alrighty, we'll get started again, and folks can continue to eat as we go through it. The next piece I just want to go over, and there's a bit of an exercise again for us to complete here. And hopefully you're not finding the exercises too onerous. The final exam will be proctored at the end of this. So Strategy Corp, as I said at the beginning, has been doing this type of training for a while. And in fact, when we started doing the training, it was mostly brought in crisis instances where relationships had really broken down to the point that the place was just dysfunctional. It is now better practice to conduct these types of conduct this type of training as a matter of course for onboarding a new council, and maybe even doing some refreshers during a term of council just to make sure folks remember what remember roles and responsibilities. But when we go in and when we do these things, and when we see places working well, these are the kinds of things that we hear typically from those places here on slide 7, right? We're having good, engaged discussions. I'm feeling listened to and heard. The tone is respectful, good cooperation, staff feel valued, and the quality of the advice and reporting that's coming from staff is really good or excellent. We have clear processes that we follow, and everybody follows them, right? There are no renegades or rebels who believe the process is for somebody else. But our meetings are productive. They may be long, but it feels like we're accomplishing things at the end of each of those meetings. So, if those are sentiments that you're experiencing and you're enjoying your role, you're in a good place. And if you can see that staff, the staff are well engaged and, don't dread coming to the council chamber, that's a good thing. When things aren't going well, it's adversarial around the table. Everybody seems to be out for their own particular pet interest, as opposed to looking out for looking out for what we can accomplish together and what's best for the community. The public's ticked with us, and they're ticked with our progress. I hate this job. I don't know why I ran in the first place. And listen, we just we don't trust staff. We don't believe anything that comes out of their mouths, or vice versa. Staff believe council can't make up its mind. Council, instead of finishing things, is always throwing additional things onto our plate, right? And it's making it very difficult to accomplish anything. So if you're hearing or experiencing that those should be triggers for you, both individually and collectively, to try to call a timeout and figure out how you reset relationships or get yourselves back on track. And so that's not this council, or it's not going to be this council. And in what you shared in the first exercise, there are particular things that people are passionate about, but I think I heard teamwork and working together pretty much out of everybody's contribution. So already that's a good foundation to be laid. And so it's an important thing to keep in mind as you start your work together. So, as Derek said, the achievements document coming out of this council is probably going to be just as meaty, if not meatier, than the last council. But we're early on in things, and we're trying to set the right tone and set the right course together. So this next exercise, what I'd like you to do is to write down on a piece of paper again, 1 to 2 things you hope this council will have accomplished by the end of this term. Not you individually, the council. So you as a team have accomplished, and some of you shared specific things you're hoping to accomplish. And then the key success factors that will have enabled these accomplishments. So what are the things that you'll have done right together, or in order to make these things actually come to fruition? So why don't we take 5 minutes there for you to kind of jot down your thoughts, and then we'll go around the table again and have folks share. Just 2 more minutes, folks. And Councillor Nishikawa, if it's okay, I'm going to start with you in 2 minutes or 1 minute now. Councillor Zavitz, you have a question?
Thank you, Chris. Just a thought as I'm attending remotely, as 3 others are, it seems rather strange to watch everybody laughing and interfacing, but you know, we're left out of it. So I wonder if we could keep a microphone open.
I'll leave mine open. So
We were talking about you, Glenn.
Yeah, I was just going to say that. They're talking about us, Glenn, and it's all good news. They love us.
That's why I asked. Thank
Trying to
you.
build up your ego.
and they were saying we don't have to answer these questions. We'll just leave it to Zavitz and Roberts to do it. So. Alrighty, so why don't we get started? Councillor Nishikawa, is it okay if I call on you to share your answers to these questions?
You know, there's no order, I guess. And I have a few things. So, you know, I look at the use of the municipal facilities that we have. And it sort of goes a little bit further into the district discussions. So I would like to see greater involvement of district services available to other municipalities, that they are also available for the Township of Stoka Lakes. So for instance, the wellness, and we do have those ongoing, but I will say that they were not happening until 2011 or 12, because we actually asked for them. Prior to that, that wasn't happening because nobody had asked. It was that simple. But
yeah.
Moving forward, I hope that you know, we're going to see again more from the wellness group. Paramedicine is a pretty important part, add on to this community that I think we could really benefit from. And of course, the recreational options and where we're going from there. One of my little other things, I guess, is that I've had in the back of my mind, and I don't usually bring it forward, but why not now? I don't know what a tree replanting plan looks like for our township. And I get we put all these plans out for taxpayers to do on their property. But I don't know what type of plan that our municipality has when we lose on our municipal properties, trees and or road widenings, those types of things. Do we have a plan? I don't know. So I'd like to look into that a little bit further.
Okay. And then what will be the success factors that get you to, you know, having those additional services provided by the district to the community and a tree replanting program? What kinds of things will you have done? I noted one, which is we asked, right? We asked and we pursued. Are there other things from a success factor perspective?
So are you asking me how I will do it or what I'm looking to get at?
How will you have done it? Like, so what would a success, when you say we were successful in getting those services to our residents from the district, what will it be that council has done together to make that happen?
Well, from my perspective, each councillor has to do their own research of what added values that they want to see our council bring forward, and then bring it to council and get buy-in. So for instance, if we do want something that we currently are not getting from the district, that we feel that could benefit the community as a whole, we bring it for discussion to council, and then we move, in some cases, move forward a resolution to ask district to move forward on that.
That's great.
Yeah.
Perfect. Thanks, Councilor. Can I go to your worship? Because you were last time. I want to make sure you're higher in the order this time.
No. That's good.
Okay, thank you. Perfect. Thank you very much. three things that I hope to look back and say that we've accomplished. Number one is to have developed some, I think, data-driven metrics that link the township's development and zoning policies to environmental health. More than just a bumper sticker that says the environment first, we actually know the state of the environment at any given moment, and we can watch for degradation and we can react to it appropriately. Number two, clearly, I want to have far greater consequence, far more consequential consequences to the breach of our bylaws. I think right now, there are many who either don't understand or don't care when they're breaching our bylaws. The ones that don't care, I think, probably figure it's a small price to pay for whatever activity they want to take part in. And the third big issue for me is to somehow find a way to restore the balance of price and availability in attainable housing for our permanent residents. It's an extraordinarily difficult place to find year-round accommodation, whether you own it or rent it. And just in the last 30 months, 24 months, the price has gotten so out of whack that nobody can afford it.
Great. And so what would those success factors look like in hindsight when you've developed that those data-driven metrics on the linkage between your development policy and activity and the environmental health, great consequences to the breach of bylaws and restoring attainable housing for year-round residents?
I think what it'll look like is it'll look like we are much more proactive than reactive to deteriorating situations, that we are prepared for things to go wrong. And when they do, it's a matter of just pulling something off the shelf and putting it into action or enforcing it.
Great, thank you. Councillor, would you like to go next?
My comments.
Next time, I'll make sure.
Yeah, no, but my number one, I have two of them. One is.
Are you
So-
off mute, Councillor? Just sorry.
And before you go off mute, let me add one comment because I've just been, it's been pointed out that perhaps in my discussion, I went a little into the details further than we should. And so I'm going to mention this to remind everybody, this is high level. This is more strategic thinking than it is actually drafting bylaws and putting actions in place. And to the extent that I've gone too far, you can learn from it and do better.
So actually mine is a high level, and remember, this all comes from somebody who's new and has a huge uphill scale here to learn everything that's going on. But I believe that we can do a better job of having our bylaw management and construction processes be more proactive rather than reactive. I understand that this was a department that's been built on a reactive development model. And I think if you want to have success, you have to have a proactive model. Of course, again, limited by resources, which I continue to go back, is an issue. I understand the goal, and I could probably get you there to a model of what I would see would be perfect. The challenge is always finding the right resources to do it. I hope it's not too vague, or if you know what I'm talking about, but not reactive, proactive. Number two is just on development. I spent a lot of time throughout my process of getting elected, talking with individually one-on-one with a whole bunch of local people. And I'm not a local person, apart from in the summer. And I believe the number one thing that we have to do between now and the end of this 4-year period, I'd like to see the process of actually the plan to build the affordable housing come to fruition. We talk about it. You got to find the land, you got to find the builders, and you got to get it together. And I'm not talking about Bill 23. I'm talking about something very different, but we need to find a way to get that moving along. And it's going to be a 6 to 8 year process anyway to get it built and completed. And then the second question was success factors, dollars and resources. We need those, and we got to figure out how to put them to the places that really matter. And I think it's a shift in focus of the community to focus on being reactive rather than being proactive rather than reactive.
Thank you very much. Councillor McIntyre, can I ask you next?
Hi. Okay, so you can hear me? Hello?
Yep, not a problem. We can hear you.
Okay, thank you. Okay, following up on what the mayor said and the last speaker said, yes, my priority has always been housing. The problem that I see is we all, if we go back to the election time and all of the speeches, everyone agreed that affordable housing was the priority. But I actually see there's a step that we need to take before we make that decision, because I see that there are sort of a bunch of different kinds of housing that are needed, and they may or may not be related. So we could look at housing for homeless people, people suffering from mental health issues, all of those kinds of things. That's a different category than what we might call affordable housing, which is housing that people who are earning minimum wage or whatever could afford. And then that is also completely different from a sort of suburban housing or the kinds of housing that we want to ensure that we have for people who want to come and work here and bring their families. So I would like to see housing as a priority, but I would like to see if we could come up with some sort of analysis so we can determine what the housing needs are. What are the populations that are suffering? What are the options that we have? What kinds of government programs? We know that the federal government has come up with all kinds of programs to try and encourage housing. And then we've got the bill from the provincial government. And how can we, so first of all, to me, it's determining the demand for what kind of housing, and then what resources are out there and how can we access those resources. So for me, it would be, I agree, we want to have over this term of 4 years seen some changes happen, but I would like to see it done in such a structured way that we can determine, what are, what's the word, the benchmarks to determine, have we determined what our priorities are in housing, and have we put in place deliverables so that we can measure what we're coming up with and where we're going.
Okay.
That's my vision.
So, okay, perfect. And I'll just remind councillors, we don't need to get into the details, so that, in fact, we have to stay out of the details. But the councillor, what I took away from that is, attainable housing. What do we mean by it? What is the type of housing? And then hopefully in the end of term, we will have advanced. We'll have advanced making that available to people. Okay, thank you. Councillor Roberts, can I go next to you?
Thank you very much. What I also heard from the previous Mary Ellen is that defined milestones during the process would be her success factor. Okay, so yes, well, okay, so what are two things I hope the council will achieve? And my goodness, I had to shorten the list. I'm not going to repeat what I said last time, but there are so many, like short-term rentals, a septic system, service levels, et cetera, attainable housing. But I'm going to just speak to two zoning bylaw updates in a priority order.
Okay.
I don't.
And what are the success factors that will have gotten you to that order?
Well, I'll give them both to you at both the one or two things, and I'll give you the success factors because they're the same. All right, number two, service levels that align with the township's affordability. So the success factors I would to do this is for all ideas is first for everyone to seek to understand all sides before stating they're opposed or supportive of it. I find that too often that we or even myself, you'll make a decision too quick. So first seek to listen to it all before you state your position. The other one is a well-defined plan or schedule and building on the previous speaker, or milestones for the accomplishment not at the end of 4 years, but during the process, so that you can regularly check to see where you are and be able to adjust those on those accomplishments so you have something. And those apply to the two things. I haven't even applied to anything. Document what you're going to do what you document and prove you've done it. Thank you.
Excellent. Thanks, Councillor Roberts. Councillor Edwards, can I ask you to go next?
Thank you very much. Okay. Thank you very much. Things that I'd like to see accomplished is, again, the completed official plan, some stronger bylaws, and I won't go into all of them, but we know what they are. And bylaw enforcement, I don't think we're doing enough. I don't think our bylaw officers are out on the road. They should be spotting some of these. They shouldn't have to wait for complaints. And then when somebody does a complaint, you say, well, file a complaint. It should be just picked up and taken from there. And again, protect the environment. That's the first thing. And of course, housing and that. I know the Lions have something that would be shovel ready if we could push it through, and I'd like to see that through.
So we can't.
No, like I said, you're talking housing. I just said that they had one that's been going on for years.
Alert.
And that.
Yeah.
And
high level, we need to achieve house.
yeah, that's the high level. That's it. And
And success factors to get there.
we'll see it done. Obviously,
It'll happen.
but I can't talk about what I like to see done.
Excellent. Councillor.
So the three things that I would like to see council have accomplished at the end of the term are, in the broad terms, in protection of the environment. I guess, and when we update the bylaws, we will have bylaws that will protect the view from the canoe, so we have no more sugar loaves. Number two is, I call them respected, effective, enforceable bylaws. And we've got quite a few ideas around the table that would support that broad heading, but basically more on bylaws. That's what our constituents want. They say loud and clear, we must do that. And finally, at the end of 4 years, at a minimum, a defined plan, almost ready to go, or already started attainable housing project somewhere in the township. If we can't get that by the end of 4 years, it'll be a disappointment. And maybe even have it already started and on its way. Maybe even 1 or 2 units built. How did we get there? We decided early as a council what these objectives are going to be. And then we worked on a very collaborative teamwork basis to get them done. There were some good ideas about milestones. I think lots of good ideas in getting that. But if we got to start early, know what we want early, so that we at the end we can say, "Yep, this is what we said we do," and 4 years later we did it.
That's great. Thank you. Thank you very much, Councillor. Let's go to Councillor Burry.
So I'm keeping it high level.
Excellent.
Keeping it at a high level.
Excellent.
So and lots of work was done on it. It's not over the finish line. It's got to get over the finish line. There's appeals out there. I'm going to keep this high. You know, we've got to get. This won't be the last time. So you know, Finnish is more than just a nationality, and so getting this done, the official plan is really important. And while it's on its way, it's not yet done. Likewise, our council is going to have to work on a comprehensive zoning bylaw and get it appealed and implemented. And the ultimate goal is to change the behaviors of all of the residents within the township so that they understand this is the acceptable parameters. You know, if we have the right kinds of bylaws, people will understand what you can and can't do, like other places in the world that are like this.
Excellent.
Success is finishing.
Excellent. Councillor Zavitz.
It's rather hard to follow that up. I totally agree, of course. I'm excited by the transportation master plan, and I guess if I can not go into specifics, but I do believe that how we use this place, how this township has been used by our constituents, or the traveling public, if you will, our functionality versus dollars. I think that, you know, amongst all the other heavy duty issues we're about to face over these next 4 years, I think this is huge, and I'm going to be quite interested and quite engaged in that. And I also think that how we parse out funding for vital upgrades that have been mentioned, Councillor Nishikawa mentioned roads, of course, things like docks, launch ramps, parking lots, roads, and by law enforcement. We're going to need to be bold and brave when it comes to budget, which is right around the corner. And we're going to be dealing with that 4 times over our 4 years. I think we're going to need some bold financial moves to fuel a lot of the initiatives that we've just had listed here by our my fine 9 peers. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Zavitz. Councillor Mason.
Thank you.
Sorry.
That's okay. And please, I'm looking actually at our clerk. If I start to migrate into uncharted territories, please cut me off. It's okay. The first thing I wrote down is to create a strategy as it relates to the environment. We talk about strategic plans, but the one thing we haven't really done, and we have talked about it previously in council, we have working groups for a lot of different things, but we haven't done that as a township as it relates to the environment, and it touches everything. So this is where I don't know if I'm stepping into an area I shouldn't, but we have lots of different stakeholder groups. We have climate action, we have watershed. Nope. Nope, you're cutting me off?
You're off, but you're not off as far as I was.
Okay.
If you want my opinion, I could wait in.
Okay, so I think creating a strategy and certainly have some ideas around how we could organize ourselves in order to more effectively really thoughtfully think about the environment versus being specific, like kind of one-offs or in silos. The second thing is to Councillor Zavitz touched upon one element of this, is really get a handle on our infrastructure. As I touched upon earlier, I think the staff have identified, our previous council have identified that this is a path forward to help us understand not only do we have the right infrastructure in place, but it's a huge portion of our financial health, not only for our operating costs, but in our capital reserves. So I think the more we can really understand that and actually get a handle on it and create a long-term strategic plan around that, I think that would be good for us. As far as the passion project in that would be the recreation plan, because I think that is the foundational piece that help drive some of this decision-making in the future. And it touches upon the healthy communities. So for me, I think this is a really nice way of bringing these things together. As far as key success factors, I will pick up on what I've heard from our CAO since he began here, which is crawl, walk, run for those who are new. I am probably one of the least patient people, and I've had 4 years of this process kind of driving it into me. But that whole crawl, walk, run motto, I think our group has really brought things forward from crawling, and I'm excited where a lot of these plans we've created, we can actually move into action on some of these things. And I'd love to see that start earlier on in the process so that we can end in 4 years and all be nodding our heads on that accomplishment document saying, my goodness, we started something, 8 years ago, and we've been able to accomplish a lot of these things by the end of it. So I do have ideas, but I think I'm going to be then stepping into areas of not okay. So with that, I will put myself on mute. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor. Did I think I hit everybody? Did I miss anybody? Okay. Well, I just want to feed back some of the success factors, and you've raised themes in terms of success factors that actually come up throughout the training. One is we're going to ask, right? We're going to ask the questions. It's good. We're going to make decisions, or we're going to have research and evidence at our disposal in order to make informed decisions. Important. We're going to be proactive, right? So We're not always going to be reactive as a council. So we're going to look longer term, try to anticipate and prepare ourselves to deal with things. And part of that is also scenario planning, understanding the various scenarios and how things could manifest themselves. You know, from when you think about how implementation might work on something, you know, understanding the potential outcomes is important. We're going to be, I also heard we're going to be deliberate about matching dollars and resources to priorities, right? I think that's a fair summary of Councillor, your feedback, and that's important, right? So making sure that the resourcing side of the house isn't divorced from the policy side of the house, and that the two are actually coming together so that they can actually work. We're going to have clear plans, and we're going to have clear milestones, knowing that we're not going to get there overnight, but to know that we're tracking in the right direction. We're going to expect to set some targets or milestones for ourselves, and to stay on top of those. And we're going to finish, right? And so the crawl, walk, run as well. You know, being patient, but you know, crawl, walk, run is also related to the milestones and, you know, the targets. And so having a very clear and realistic understanding of how long it's going to take us to get there, but what are the interim things that we need to kind of accomplish in order to achieve our ultimate objective is really important. So that's good. And these are a lot of themes that are going to come up in terms of roles and responsibilities and what you need to be looking out for as we get into the presentation. So let's get into some of the presentation. You've done a lot of homework, and I think you've learned a lot from each other, and I'm sorry that we made the clerk uncomfortable. Apologies. So let's talk about municipal government structuring. Municipal government, I think, as you all probably appreciate, is fundamentally different than a crown government. So it's fundamentally different than a parliamentary structure that, like the one that we have at Queen's Park. I mean, the council structure is, you know, decidedly created to be inclusive in terms of how decision making. It's decidedly been, certainly by precedent at least, designed to be non-partisan, non-adversarial in its structure. Contrast that to what you see at Queen's Park. It's designed to be adversarial. It's designed to be efficient in terms of how decisions are made. There's a joke that, you know, seven members together at the provincial level is a cabinet, right? And here seven councillors together outside a formal council setting. So if you all meet at Tim Hortons, one of you or a number of you are going to have to leave so that you don't have to call the clerk and convene a meeting, right? So it's a very different level of accountability and transparency as well in terms of how you interact and how how much of your discussions in the open. You know, the cabinet has cabinet confidentiality. You never actually see all this. You don't actually see how the sausage is made. Here you are on the factory floor of making the sausage, and everybody gets to see you do it. And there is not a premier who controls everything. And I think the mayor would acknowledge, you know, he's one amongst equals. And then at the end of the day, council makes decisions, and not any one councillor makes decisions on behalf of the municipality. So it's a fundamentally different structure. It's a fundamentally different level of accountability, quite frankly, than if you were to be sitting at Queen's Park as an MPP or a member of the cabinet, or in Ottawa as an MP or an MPP. The other thing too, I think that's important to mention, just, you know, the non-adversarial piece, you know, there's a reason why council chambers is set up in a horseshoe, right? It's meant to be one team, you're meant to be working together. And there are a number of responsibilities that you have. And the Municipal Act outlines what those responsibilities are, and they're sufficiently broad to provide you latitude and flexibility to respond to those. And so on this slide, we outline the kind of core responsibilities that are set out in the Municipal Act that municipalities are responsible for. And municipal responsibilities have evolved greatly over time. And even listening to the discussion today about what brought you to the table, the things you're passionate about, the things that you're hoping to achieve. The environment 30 years ago, or even 20 years ago, would not have been seen as a domain of municipal government, or something that municipal government would, outside garbage collection and things like that. But in terms of dealing with climate change and dealing with, those types of things, it is very much on the agenda now. It is very much seen to be a responsibility. In fact, in working with the previous council, it was seen to be a gap in leadership from senior governments that certainly members around this council, the previous council table, felt was important for council to fill. Health, safety, and well-being of persons, and we've heard Councillor Nishikawa speak quite eloquently about some of the needs and challenges that residents are facing. My God, if you look today at the pressures by actual real downloading and or implicit downloading on municipalities, there's a significant responsibility that municipalities feel about the health and well-being of their residents, to the point where you see municipalities across the province, stepping in to close gaps in health and human services that ought to be the responsibility of another level of government. And then things like attainable housing are also things, right? It's not just making sure that we're governing and overseeing and making sure everything's going according to how it's governed by the Planning Act in terms of how things are built, but identifying that the marketplace has there are real gaps in what the market's making available in our communities, and how do we make decisions about how we go into that. So you're as well defined as they are in terms of your spheres of responsibility as municipalities in the Municipal Act, there's a lot of latitude under those spheres in terms of what it is you end up doing. That's important. And as we said, public expectations are changing, and I'm sure you hear it now. And there's good and bad with the fact that public expectations are changing. There are new things to tackle, but there are also new expectations in terms of how services are delivered, and sometimes that can't be done with the flick of a switch overnight, right? The Uberization of public service delivery, right, is a pressure that municipal governments are facing. And then there are things around, the province maybe every once in a while decides to throw you a curveball, and you have to deal with that. And the way you thought you'd approach something has to fundamentally change. And you have to be able to react, and you have to be flexible in that. There's always disruptions. COVID was severely disruptive. There are things that 10 years ago, maybe even 5 years ago, just wouldn't have been an issue for you. But again, short-term rentals, right? It used to be a little bit more intense to go rent a place. Now it's so easy. It's literally on your phone. And that creates a whole spectrum of public policy issues that I know that you're familiar with. And so the public expectation is always that you're going to get the same or better service for less. And it's tough to manage that. The key as a council working with administration is, and this goes back to, we want to be proactive, not reactive. It's how are you working together to identify what these things are, setting priorities, and then working against those priorities. And it's important that you do that early through your strategic planning, through your budgeting, things of that nature. It's a way to both figure out how you're going to manage against public and other expectations, but also how you're going to manage and communicate what you're able to do reasonably within the scarce resources that any organization, particularly municipalities, have, in order to and communicate that to the public, to actually what is realistic and achievable for what you're going to deliver. And I'm glad we've heard around this table, what can we do that's realistic? What is that's achievable? So, you're already in the mindset that is important to have in terms of how you're going to guide this organization. At the end of the day, you know, political legitimacy is important. It goes beyond these days just the fact that I was elected. The fact that I was elected means I'm politically legitimate, and or we are politically legitimate, and that we, you know, what we can do anything that is needed. That's not true anymore. There's a higher standard when it comes to legitimacy that is important to that is expected of you. You know, to govern is to choose, and so. Particularly, you know, hard decisions where not everybody's going to agree with you. You have to make choices at the end of the day. And in making those choices, you know, as I said, it is going to be about understanding why you're here. It's going to be about understanding why others are here. It's going to be understanding what you can and cannot do based on legislation. It's going to be understanding you know, what the facts and evidence actually tell you. And even then, you're not going to have perfect information on which to make decisions. And so at the end of the day, there's going to be an element of compromise, both in terms of your positions, but also what, you know, facts and evidence are going to be able to tell you that you then have to use to make the best decision that you believe is in the community's interests. So the political legitimacy of of council not only comes from the democratic election, it also comes in terms of how you and how others view the statutory regime, the administrative regime, particularly in terms of, you know, did you follow your processes? Was I engaged? Was I given an opportunity to input? Are you making decisions that are actually within your jurisdiction? And are those, you know, those things proven to have been followed at the end of the day? They're just as much as the fact that you have the right to make the decision, but you know, does the public acknowledge that? Are there third parties saying, yep, you know, this is you know, we may not agree with the decision, or we may not even be able to opine on the decision, but we at least have said that, you know, due diligence and proper process was followed. And so all those things come together to make sure that everything that comes out of here is legitimate and seem to be legitimate. And why do we raise this now? Well, because political legitimacy is actually hotly debated these days, right? Less so here in Canada than in the United States, but that stuff filters over. You have candidates in the Arizona governor, you know, will not concede, and so you know, the attack on political legitimacy means you need to reinforce your commitment to that. And it goes beyond just, you know, maybe the easy part on this was the fact that you got elected. And now it's actually how you pull the levers and or respect the levers of legislation, administration, third party reviews, or natural justice or proceedings, or matters of procedural fairness actually come together as a package to make sure that, you know, while I may not like your decision, I respect it, right? And that's ultimately what you're trying to get to. Any questions so far? I can't see everybody on screen, so if you use your handout function, it'll pop up. So in terms of the role of you as elected officials in promoting political legitimacy, you know, it's following proper procedure. You have a procedural bylaw, you know, you should get to know that and appreciate it, but following the proper steps. And what are the proper steps? Your procedural bylaw is established by you, right? So you don't want to have it be a situation where it's do as I say, not as I do. It's I do as I said I would do. And making sure at the end of the day, what will make things and ensure that, you know, continued political legitimacy is that, you know, you're informed by the administrative and or professional advice that you get from staff or even from outside advisors, that you're listened to the public at the appointed time. Because at some point you do have to draw a line and say, I've heard, but now I have to take that combined with, you know, whatever advice I'm getting from others, and put that together in order to, you know, form a position and a view. And then you guys have to kind of go through the same process that you would in your own kind of, you would individually to actually come up with a, you know, a view in a position as a council, right? We debate amongst ourselves. You do that in public, and debate is okay, right? Don't be afraid to engage in debate. There's a right way to debate. It's on the issues. It's on the substance of the matter. It's making, it means not just being the loudest voice around the table, but maybe it means being, you know, it also means being really good listeners, and then figuring out where the compromises exist and coming to the best decision. Voting as we think best. So while I say it's a team, right, you also don't want to give into groupthink, right? And so debate is usually a pretty good way of ensuring that groupthink doesn't set in. You want to make sure that you avoid it so that, you know, you feel legitimate in the positions you are taking around this table. And we are open, transparent throughout. And again, you have very little wiggle room to do that, to not be open and transparent. But it is just, you know, a reminder that it's not like television where you know, in municipal administration, deals are not made in the hallway, and they shouldn't be made in a hallway. They are made around this. There are no deals, there are debates, and there's coming to an agreement on what is the best course of action to undertake. And so, you know, respecting the decision-making process and abiding it is also important. You are not, you know, provincial governments, cabinets are bound by cabinet decision making, right? Otherwise, you should theoretically get kicked out of cabinet. You have no such obligation under law here. It is really kind of, you know, but good practice would be at the end of the day, even if you're on the wrong, even if you're on the losing side of the battle of a vigorous debate, once a decision is taken, it's really important that you all abide by it and do your best to support it. Because a failure to do so then will sow the seeds that begin to eventually unravel things more generally in terms of how you work with each other, how you work with administration, and how successful ultimately the community is. So respecting the system and respecting the decisions that come out of the system is a fundamental responsibility that you have as counselors, and is fundamental to ensuring the integrity of this institution and the work that this institution is tasked with doing under legislation. Makes sense? Any questions?
A comment.
Yeah, please. And I will go on mute before. Let's see.
Really quick comment, and it just for the benefit of the experience I had over the last 4 years, and I didn't come to this role with any previous experience in sort of municipal governance, but a couple of things. Get yourself a copy of the procedural bylaw. It's on our website, I believe, and read it and read it and read it, because the rules aren't the same everywhere. And in our particular case, there's a couple that are very different. When you call the question, we have our own sort of self-created process to get through it. You really need to read it just so that you understand what's happening in the middle of a meeting, and you don't have to ask questions. I mean, questions are always good, but you feel much more comfortable playing the role if you know what's in our procedural bylaws. Not a lot to it. Some of it's a little repetitive, but I would strongly suggest that. And the only other thing, and this sounds a little corny, but it's true. We get on the Friday before each of the planning committee, council, and GNF committee meetings, we get agenda packages which have hundreds of pages of material, and nothing is more obvious than somebody who hasn't looked at it. So just a tip, you're far more engaged, you're far easier plugged into the conversation, you're much less likely to succumb to groupthink if you have at least looked at it, framed out some questions, formed your own, you know, approach. Or you can't come with a closed mind, but you got to come with some sense of where you want to go with the question. It's a lot of time. There's a lot of time compressed into 3 or 4 days, and if you have other parts of your life, they go on hold for a few days to a certain degree. But you you distinguish yourself by being obvious if you haven't read it. So that's it. Thanks.
That's good advice. And to the mayor's point, or the mayor-elect's point, you know, it's if you're used to pulling out Robert's Rules of Order, that's not the way it works, right? So read your procedural bylaw, and at the same time, you know, the procedural bylaw is meant it's meant to guide and ensure that proper process is followed, and in proper process, the proper steps and due diligence are done to get to the right decisions. Political legitimacy is about you know, not just the substantive outcome of a decision, but the substantive process or the adherence to substantive process to get to that. You know, because if you do one without the other, you're at risk of being undermined and are not being, you know, a decision not being seen to be legitimate at the end of the day. So it is really important, but at the same time, it shouldn't be, you know, ideally it's not always a blunt instrument, right? It's not meant to be a blunt instrument. So if you've been in boardroom battles where you are, you know, resorting to Robert's rules as blunt instruments because, you know, chances are it's because the board has broken down, right? So you always want to make sure that you are trying to work towards a scenario where it's there to guide us and make sure that we put everything through its paces, but it's not a blunt instrument as a way of, you know, conducting internecine warfare across the council table. Just in terms of the legal framework, and I know you're all familiar, and if you're not, it'll become painfully familiar as you become more and more tenured as a municipal councillor and or even municipal administration. You are not a constitutional level of government. You are creatures of the province and you're creatures of statute. And so your constitution is the Municipal Act, not the British North America Act. You have two primary functions as a municipality, one as a service provider, and then and the other is as an employer. For council, you have one employee, and that's the CAO. And then, the CAO picks the rest of the senior leadership team, who then hire the rest of the folks within the organization. It's important to remember, right? Because at the end of the day, your satisfaction with the level of quality of the administrative side really does fundamentally lie with you because of who you decide to put in this chair. No pressure. And so it's important to remember, and it's important to remember because you also have a council code of conduct. It does govern how you are to interact with each other, how you interact with administration. And the better practice is that individual councillors aren't going to individual staff members and making demands and or providing direction. That there is an appropriate protocol to be followed to ensure that issues get raised, that issues get addressed. Some people see that as unnecessary bureaucracy. Even if you're of that opinion, think about yourself in your own organization where somebody has, you have an immediate boss who has given you marching orders that you're expected to deliver on, and how frustrating it is for somebody else to come in out of some other direction and say, I need this done, right? The clarity of direction, how direction flows from this table into the administration is really important from a workload management perspective and a getting it done perspective. And everybody around this table says we want to get stuff done. Then you have to be conscious of what your specific ask is and its impact on the ask that council has made officially through direction to staff, because something's going to give, right? You don't have infinite resources. So if I'm spending my time addressing your specific matter and trying to see that through, and then at the same time feeling, like I'm letting my other part of the job down, and or I'm not sure if I should do this, but I'm worried if I don't do this, those types of things can actually cause things internally to ground to a halt. So to always following and agreeing, and again, you set your own procedure as a council and a management team, right? And so it's important to follow that, and it's yes, if it feels like it's frustrating bureaucracy, but it's important to stop and think that the process is there for a reason. It's not to frustrate getting things done. It's actually to enable things getting done, but in an orderly fashion, because there's a lot of requests and there is a lot of work that needs to get done within the administration. So let's talk a little bit about roles and responsibility. So the politics of management and the management of politics. There are many variations as to how things will work in practice, but there is one rule. Members of council are not elected to be technical experts or managers, regardless of your personal expertise. You are elected to be governors. You are elected to set policy, not implement policy. You're elected to set direction, right? And give direction. And it's equally important to remember that administration members are not politicians. They are there for their professional judgment. They are there to provide independent advice, even advice that you don't want to hear, right? Their job isn't to take political positions. Their job is to seek to provide you with the best information possible on which to make decisions as a governing body of this municipality. They are not there to be advocates. Again, having been a former civil servant myself, job is to be dispassionate. The job is to try to bring forward the best facts and research and evidence to provide the best possible advice to inform you. It's still within your right as counselors, as a council, to reject that advice, right? You don't have to take that advice, but it's not administration's job to take a political position for you, right? And so it's important to remember that in terms of roles and responsibilities. And the one doesn't work without the other, even where perhaps there's a political decision made to not necessarily fully endorse advice that is provided by the administration. To be perfectly honest, sometimes there are considerations that are really only considerations that can be made by counselors or council as a body, as opposed to shouldn't have a reasonable expectation of those being factors that are necessarily weighted or necessarily to be of concern to the administration. And those are purely political factors. But that's legitimate. That is legitimate in terms of how you make decisions. In terms of statutory definitions, there are a number of applicable definitions in the Municipal Act in terms of council and how it's defined and how your role is defined, the role of the head of council. So the mayor is the CAO, the role of the municipal administration, the role of the CAO, or if I had to put it in business parlance, if the mayor is the CEO, then the CAO is more the COO, because responsible for the day-to-day management execution of the program, and the role of the clerk. The definitions, while they're there is latitude in terms of how those roles are defined with great precision, and or how those roles actually manifest themselves in practice. And so let's talk a little bit about you as the council team. There are 4 roles that a council has. One, it's obviously to be represented. And so a number of you said, I'm here to represent, make sure the voice of my constituents is brought to the table. So you have to, your role and one of your primary accountabilities is to the constituents who elected you and making sure their voices are heard. The other is policy maker. And so in addition to bringing different voices of your community to the table, at the end of the day, you do have to make decisions, and you do have to set policy that then you expect administration to enact. And so the policymaker role is a very fundamental one. Once you've made decisions and you've put in place the policies that you want to see adhered to and the bylaws that you want adhered to, you are a steward of the organization. And so oversight to make sure that the actual intent of the policy and even the spirit of the policies are being, in the way that they're being implemented, is being adhered to, and also being a good steward of the resources that you have available to you as a council. And then there are other statutory responsibilities that you have. You're not unlike directors on boards of directors for private companies or not for profits. You do have fiduciary responsibilities. You do have strategic responsibilities in terms of thinking forward, thinking more long term, making sure that you're balancing short-term interests with the long-term interests, making sure that you're balancing across the various interests of stakeholders within the municipality as well. So in terms of the representation role, it's, while we have a ward system here in this municipality, it's important to not only look out for the interests of the ward, but ultimately you're all responsible for looking out for the overall interests of the municipality, so the well-being and interests of the municipality, and not just the interests of your specific ward. It's also important to remember that there are those who voted you here, but you also have a responsibility once you're sitting in these chairs to not only be accountable and responsible to those voters, but to those who can't vote. Or, when you're thinking of multi-generational people that are not even here. So I think it was the mayor who mentioned, growing the community and also thinking about the people we want here, but who are not yet here. That should factor into how you weigh issues and how you make decisions on issues. And there's no right or wrong way. There's no guidebook to tell you how to exercise this representative function. But it is important that you're authentic and you're seen to be, at the end of the day, as somebody who is playing a constructive role. And I've heard from everybody here that you're here to play a constructive, positive role around the council table. And, every once in a while, look in the mirror and see if, you're living up to that expectation of yourself, or have you perhaps devolved into one of these 5 categories here on the right-hand side of the slide, which is, and you'll see this in, larger municipalities, but, I've become just a partisan hack, right? I've got this axe that I grind, and that's all I do is grind this act, or I'm a NIMBY activist. I'm not actually looking out. I'm just, opposing things because, that's what, my friends want me to do, or I'm here to really only represent a special interest. And again, it's important to listen to different interests, but at the end of the day, the standard that you're expected to adhere to is to make decisions that are in the best interest of the municipality, not any particular one interest. The other is, part of when I do board training, I say you have 3 hats as a director of a board. You have your strategic hat, you have your due diligence hat, you have your oversight hat, and then you have your generative hat. Council doesn't exist to be a rubber stamp. I said it's well within your purview to reject, say no to advice, or disagree with advice that you get from administration, or for anybody for that matter. But that due diligence hat is really important in what you're wearing. You need to be asking questions, even if you think they're dumb questions. Ask them, right? You need to be putting things that come before this table through its paces, and making sure that you're satisfied that you have everything that you need in order to make the right decisions for the municipality. Any questions on that? Your role as council? Makes sense? Is it what you expected? Is there anything that we missed in the description of that? Anybody online? Councillor Zavitz, you're good? Yeah, let me just go on mute so we don't destroy anybody's ears.
Just one comment, and you did a great job of summarizing, but it really maybe bears repeating, and that is, we're not here to represent one particular interest. We're not here to represent one particular ward. And you will see that and hear it sometimes in a debate that someone is not misguided isn't the right word, but in the last 4 years, a couple of times it came up where I was elected by the baseball players, so I'm really only here for the baseball players, and that's not how it works.
No, it's tough, right? Because the real politics of things sometimes is that you are carried on the backs of a certain subset of the population or certain interests. But at the end of the day, these offices, they're not about power, they're about responsibility. And the responsibility isn't to just those who voted for you. You're also responsible for those that didn't vote for you or those that didn't vote at all. And as we said, even to those who, aren't here yet in a way, if you take a longer term view of things. And it's really important to remember that. But, we're also not naive to, the fact that there are political realities that you have to deal with as public officials. But to the best of your ability, you have to always remember that the hat I wear around this table isn't for ward this or for advocacy group or stakeholder group X. It is for what is in the best interests of everybody who lives or could potentially live in this municipality. The other thing too, I'll just want, we talked a little bit about representative being the representative function. The policymaker, I think, is really is something I think everybody around this table really understands. The stewardship responsibility. It is about that proper oversight. It is about, as I said, making sure things are being implemented in the way that that is consistent with the policy intent, and that the administration of any implementation is fair and transparent, and you're holding it accountable based on measures you put in place to make sure that the program is working. But your job isn't to be Derek or to be his team. Your job isn't to be the internal auditors. And if you have to be the internal auditors, there's something probably more fundamentally that is broken within the organization that won't be resolved by being the internal auditors. So it's if you have to go there, you have to go there, but generally you're operating at that strategic level, right? And the onus actually is on you to be always, this only works if you're both operational in nature. If you're just simply trying to do what Derek and his team is doing, somebody's not minding the strategic board, right? And somebody's not thinking about beyond the next month. Nobody's thinking about those things that you're hoping to achieve 4 years from now. And if you lose sight of that strategic function that you have to play, when you look back at the comments you made today, 4 years from now, and you look at your accomplishments list, chances are it's not what you will have thought you would have achieved as a group. So it's really important. And a municipality is hitting on cylinders when council, you have your aces in their places, as when I used to work at McDonald's, we used to say, the aces around this table know their roles and responsibilities, they're performing them really well. And administration's doing the same thing, and you equally expect each other to be playing that role. And when those things come together, that's when the magic is made in terms of actually delivering for your constituents. Any questions?
And then I got remuted. Now I'm off mute. In part, I mean, I get the governance piece, spades. So we get into planning, and there we're making decisions, and many different pieces come to the planning committee, and we have lots of smart people on the lakefronts by and large that are going to try and, I'll use a technical term, trick staff. And some of us have detailed knowledge of what is going on. What's the balance between seeing staff bringing a recommendation to the planning committee that may not be in fact the whole truth and nothing but the truth, and may have a planner that, an outside planner that's representing them that has not said the whole truth and nothing but the truth. Where's the balance between, you know, governance and coming in and being able to say to staff, I don't think you've seen this. And I just know, because I've seen dozens and dozens of planning applications over the last 4 years where it hasn't all been correct, and there's been recommendations at times that have been turned around, recognizing that if staff makes a recommendation to approve and our group says no, we're likely going to lose at OLT anyways. So this is probably far too detailed a question. I may have the clerk. So this is the balance between being a governor and governance, and yet in committee we're doing heavy lifting and
Fair. Yeah. So, you know, and I'll ask you to answer. I would say at the high level, in our presentation, we say, you know, you should not be telling staff what their reports should say, right? They have to bring independent advice forward. But I think it's perfectly fair for you to say, these are the questions I have, or these are the things I believe I would like to make sure that you consider in putting together your advice and providing those, right? So it is a matter of, that is almost a matter of timing, right? In terms of, but it's raising things in the form of questions or considerations you wish to have addressed and fully explored, as opposed to saying, this guy is wrong, it should never say this, right? Like it is a fine balance between calling BS on something because you believe it's BS and framing it in a way that I don't necessarily believe that advice, therefore turning it into, you know, please make sure these things are explored and considered when you're.
So I guess my real fundamental concern is that when planning staff are bringing a recommendation to approve, and I'm going to talk not about committee of adjustment because it looks like that's just, it gets happened anyway. So we're now into, you know, planning amendments. And when staff is saying approve, if we don't like it as a council, planning committee and then council, we're 99 times out of 100 going to lose it at
Doesn't that mean there's a philosophy difference? Like, we haven't set strategic goals that the staff are supposed to do the work under the guidelines. Well, there's an inconsistency between what they think they're making a decision on.
Yeah, I think we should let Derek answer.
Sorry. I'm just asking.
Do you want to use mine?
So for me, I think Chris has answered the question. So in our experience, and I think returning members of council will say, if there's a hotly debated issue in the community on a planning matter, we're going to see people come out. So they're going to have representation, or they're going to make representations about facts, etc. And members of committee can ask questions. And if you don't feel that something has been satisfactorily addressed, you don't need to make a decision right away. So you can ask staff to go back and reconsider these matters. It may or it may not influence the recommendation that is before you. At the end of the day, what needs to happen is that you're satisfied you've had all the information in front of you that you need, then you make your decision. And so staff are going to be presenting information to you in those decision-making situations. They're commenting on the policy that's in the official plan. So they're telling you what your documents say. They're telling you, they're giving you their assessment of the facts they've seen based on a site visit, based on what they're seeing in the application, other information, together with what issues are being brought forward by the community. So it's a fulsome assessment of the situation. And as I said, if you don't feel that all the facts are being represented there, then simply ask the question. If you're not comfortable, a deferral is always an option. Bring back more information on these matters.
You probably have to go back and say, what's the policy that the staff are making a decision on? And maybe you need to reconsider that so that when it comes back, it's more consistent with what.
Right.
Yeah.
So
be recognized before we speak, and we're going to have to unmute.
Pardon me.
So I'll
Pardon
speak
me
to
from
it.
pardon me from on the,
Councillor
what's happening is,
raising the question about if an issue is being repeated in terms of there's lack of information on X, and then the policy probably needs to be updated. So the approach to do that would be to amend your document, the parent document, whether it's an official plan or something like that, the policy document, to include that notion in there. So that's a separate and distinct process. But in the moment, as I've said, I think that's the way to address your concern, Councillor Bree.
Councillor.
That's the process of how do I ask a
Sorry.
question?
So I have Councillor Roberts' hand, and then I'll come back to you to ask the question. But I need when you ask the question, just take yourself off mute, and I'll go on mute on this end. So Councillor Roberts.
yes, thank you, Chris. That's the point I was bringing up. We're going to have a lot of this hybrid meetings, and people need to be on their speaker when they're speaking, because there was 2 or 3 conversations going on there, and I couldn't hear it. It's just a lessons learned. Okay, thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Roberts. So Councillor Moyer-Kent, is okay. I'm going to ask you go off mute and then ask your question again, because I think it's an important point.
Well, I had 2 questions. My first question was, what's the process for asking a question? So he was talking and I had an input. So to whom? Is it to Peter? Is it to okay, these are.
I'll walk you for a quick second, but you'll have to go on mute.
Oh, only one person can be unmuted.
See, this is an example. I can't hear anything.
I said, and I'll make sure you get it.
Okay, got it.
But you are up now. So if you can re-ask the question, as the folks online can get the benefit of.
Well, I had 2 questions. My
Yes.
first comment was, and I was not talking about the process today within a meeting of how to ask a question.
Oh.
That was the second question. The first question was just, if there's a mismatch that keeps happening between staff and council, there's obviously the staff are trying to abide by the policies. The policies need to be reviewed in order to avoid the mismatch, because if there's a mismatch, as Guy said, it'll keep going. It'll then go up to land tribunal or something and will be overrun. These 2 have to be speaking the same language. So I go back to the source and say that's where the problem probably is, not with the staff, but with the policy that the staff are reviewing based upon what you were.
Yes. Yeah, that's right. So just for clarity, if you're seeing a lot of the same thing and it's, the advice is consistent but you're not liking it, then you have to probably go back, as Derek said, to the parent document, to the fundamental policy off which decisions or of which advice is being given and which decisions are expected to be made. And, at that point, then it's a policy discussion and maybe you have to reset the policy. In terms of your question about how do I ask questions and to whom do I ask questions, not in this meeting, but just generally, I would say the best, I forget what it says in your code of conduct, but the best approach is to go through Derek, and then Derek make sure that it gets distributed to the right folks. There's also again, not only in terms of managing workflow, but there is a level of accountability in that if you're not getting answers, then you ask Derek why you're not getting answers, right? And so it just keeps it cleaner. Some are tempted. The director of planning and we've got a good relationship, right? So he's good. He's going to answer my questions. Ideally, you're not doing that. You're still being formal about it and putting it through the chain of command, because again, there's a chain of command to be respected. Is what it's fundamentally about. Other questions? Okay, so let's talk about the head of council. So let's talk about the mayor, but only in general terms. We're not going to talk about the mayor specifically, but there are 3 fundamental responsibilities of the mayor. He is to preside over council, so he is the chair of council. It is his job to make sure that council is working, that you are being given, that he is making sure he's giving fair airtime to folks, but he's also managing the agenda so that you are getting through the work. He is also making sure that things are being discussions are being had and decisions are being made consistent with procedure and legislation. And so if you've served on not-for-profit or private sector boards of directors, that presiding function is very similar, right? The quality of his or her chairmanship really does dictate the quality of the meetings and the quality of the decision making. So no pressure, Mr. Mayor. The second role is to provide leadership and to provide leadership to the council again. So what does that mean? It's not only leadership in terms of the tone that is set and how things are conducted. It's also leadership in terms of sometimes needing to bring the group back to some of the fundamentals, like let's remind ourselves of this, or let's remember, we said these were the priorities. So let's have a, strategic discussion about how this issue aligns, and are we prepared? This is really important to us to, what is going to give in terms of what we said was a strategic priority maybe a couple of years before, so that, we're very clear about how, how things are getting done and how things are being moved up and down the priority order for work. And then the third role is to represent the municipality, to the public, to participate in ceremonial and other functions, also to represent the council to senior levels of government in terms of your position, represent you to the district. And I know you have district councilors. It's not an exclusive responsibility, but that representation role is really important in being present and with the public. In terms of his role as the chief executive officer of the organization, it's to uphold and promote the purposes of the municipality. It's to promote public involvement. You all have a role in promoting public involvement, but part of the CEO's role is to be promoter in chief as well. As I said, there's that representative function both inside and out. So yeah, even he's an important representative for you inside the administration as well. And so, in his relationship and and I'm not saying your individual relationships with Derek aren't important, but that relationship between the mayor and CAO is important too, in terms of making sure that, again, aces are in their places. The two sides are fully performing their respective functions in order to make sure that things are working well. And lastly, it's to, as the CAO, looking out, the mayor, because, he's elected at large, so he doesn't have the ward pressures that you may represent, representing a part of the municipality, but his role at the end of the day is really to always make sure that he is looking at things from the benefit of the full, what is the benefit and the interest of the entirety of the municipality, and what is in the interest of the economic, social, and environmental well-being of the entirety of the municipality. So in that respect, that hat he wears is very important in terms of making sure he plays a constructive role as a facilitator too around this table in order to get to the consensus you need to actually move things forward. Any questions on that? So in terms of the administration team, at the end of the day, the role of the administration, so Derek and everybody below Derek, is to implement the direction of council. And it is, in order to get to decisions of council, it's to research and provide advice to council on the matters that you are considering or the decisions that you're interested in making. There are also, duties that aren't necessarily, so you have a bunch of, part of this, what makes for a good administrative team is the professional experience, advice, and in some cases, the professional designations. There are other acts beyond the municipal act that you all have to be concerned about, but the administration team in particular really needs to be domain experts in the legislation that governs the function, whether that's planning act, building code. There are a whole bunch of, some 70 or 80 statutes that apply to the business that a municipality has to do. So it's their responsibility to make sure they have that expertise in-house. And if they can't, because not, again, infinite resources don't exist, making sure that they are able to reasonably access that expertise for the municipality. The CAO's role is to think of Derek as the chief operating officer of the organization. So that's exercising general control and management of the organization. He's also the chief interlocutor or liaison between the administration and council. And we talk a little bit more about that linchpin function that the chief administrative officer performs, and we'll talk about that in a minute. And then, oftentimes, the other duties as assigned can, much like, where you've experienced it yourself, that is a dangerous set of words for a CAO. But, at the end of the day, when you're not sure who to task it to, or it's not prescribed in legislation as to who it gets tasked to, it gets tasked to the CAO, and then he or she has to figure out how to fulfill council's direction and or fulfill council's request. So in terms of the role of the clerk, the person we've made most uncomfortable here today with our discussion, number of really important roles. He or she is essentially, I would say, the chief information and knowledge keeper of the organization. At the end of the day, the clerk's role is to record the resolutions, right? So to record the decisions and votes and resolutions of council, keep copies of the bylaws and keep copies of the minutes. When successors come into the place, they can understand, what is the law of the land and also how the law of the land was arrived at. There are statutory duties set out in the Municipal Act that she is required to adhere to, particularly in terms of the administration of this body, right? In terms of notice and all that kind of stuff, making sure we're adhering to the rules of meetings and other duties assigned to her. Oftentimes, the clerk's role extends into, under the clerk, you'll have licensing and a whole bunch of other functions that reside under that department. But again, chief information and knowledge keeper of the organization. It's a fundamentally important role. It's also an important advisor to you in terms of those. What is protocol, what is procedure in this respect. So if, when in doubt, ask the clerk about what may be kosher or not kosher in performing your role. Any question on those roles, the role of the mayor, the CAO, and the clerk? Anything in any of those positions still a mystery to folks? Is it, you're learning. Is there anything in there where you think there's role confusion, or is there any perhaps doubt in your mind about, is that a responsibility of mine as an individual councillor, or is that the mayor, or is that Derek, or is that Lauren?
Shall I just ask you?
Yeah, I will go on mute. Yeah. Oh, Councillor Roberts also has his hand up here.
Sorry, I'm just learning.
Councillor Roberts?
Sorry, I'm just learning for asking so many questions. Could you bring up the role of the mayor again, please?
Yep, 1 second.
Okay, up for Public Works Act is it? Oh, roll ahead of council. Okay. It may be, my question may be too. I'll ask the question first of all, and might be at another point in time. The role of the mayor as it pertains to his or her position on a district councilor and district council, as it pertains as he or she is an individual that makes their own decision based on the position, their knowledge of what they've read. But there's also, is there not a position to communicate maybe the council's position on a specific hot topic. Is that discussed now, or is that?
We'll probably touch upon it when we talk about the spheres of responsibility, but I think it's a perfectly good question. But I think Councillor Roberts, it's a perfectly good question to raise now. And so, kind of my view of it is, it becomes it's kind of similar principles to what I talked about in terms of you don't represent anyone, you represent everyone, with some nuance, which is I think the mayor, along with your other regional councillors, they are responsible for bringing the perspective of this table and the community more generally to the district council table. But at the end of the day, their job isn't to be the Bloc Québécois on the district council board. They too have a duty as a district councillor to be making decisions that are in the best interests of the entirety of the district, right? So that fiduciary and general governance responsibility doesn't change, but there is a stakeholder, for lack of a better term, a stakeholder function that he does perform by virtue of being a member of the district council. But it's also important, I think, Derek, and if I go too far here, it's recorded, so you can't stop me. But there's a difference between, I think there is a line at which he has to be very clear, and you have to be very clear about what hat he is wearing. Am I wearing the hat being the mayor of the township and therefore an advocate of the township? Or am I wearing my hat as a district councillor? And the reason I raise it is that there may be advocacy you want to do that is outside of the district table, right? For what that is, I'm not exactly, I can't give you a definitive answer at this point, but there may be things where it's, I'm not necessarily raising at the district council table, but I am writing to the head of the district in my role as mayor. It's a very kind of fine line. I don't know if you want to add it. Councillor Nishikawa and then Councillor Mason.
Thank you. I think this conversation, or I would appreciate this conversation gets further discussion, maybe once we're signed in and things, because some of the things I would say are not clear. In respectfully, Chris, in your description, and most importantly, I would say that it can be very embarrassing to show up at district council when there's something that is being voted on in our own, that impacts our municipality, that we can't come together. Often I will go to our council and ask what they want me to, primarily in health services, but how do you want me to vote? I would ask those questions in council. But as I said, I don't know that this conversation honestly is going to get the full amount of information brought forward today. And so I hope we can revisit it.
No, I think it's a good subject for additional training, Councillor, and it's more art than it is science, but in terms of the overall responsibility to that table. But you're right, it just, it may mean you are not voting in favor of certain things, but that's, again, it's, when we say best interests of the best interests of the district, there may be situations where it's in neither the interests of this municipality or the district itself, which is perfectly fair. Councillor Mason.
Thank you. I feel I'm just picking up actually from what Councillor Nishikawa just mentioned. I do think there's a real opportunity for us as township councillors, as well as the district councillors, there are a few new, to be able to actually really understand the differences in the different roles and how we can interact effectively together. Sometimes we would receive it as a counselor information. And, you know, I don't feel well suited to be able to provide really significant input. And yet there are things that have come to our table. So I do think Councillor Nishikawa is right. I think there's an opportunity kind of early on to understand that role and gain clarity as to how we can all have an impact. So thank you.
I was just going to add that I think this is the sort of the start of a conversation as to how this council wants to operate. There's going to be a district orientation in the new year, and that provides opportunities for district councilors to go to that. It will be broadcasted, so members of township council, the township councilors can watch that, and then we can have further conversations about how you want that relationship to look like amongst yourselves.
I just want to go back to one quick comment, but if we're assuming we're done on the mayor.
Yep.
I think there is one question I'd like to ask the clerk, because it comes up and I think it's a misunderstanding generally among councilors, and that is the clerk's role in determining whether or not a particular set of facts is a conflict of interest for the councilor. I know this comes up if you realize at the very last minute, having not read the material, that you might have a problem. You run to the clerk, and I'm curious to know how you handle that. Thank you.
So the clerk doesn't determine conflicts of interest for counselors. We do have an appointed integrity commissioner, and you could call the integrity commissioner for advice or to talk a situation through. We are going to have a fulsome orientation section next week on the procedural bylaw, Robert's rules, meetings, agendas, the integrity commissioner. And so I think some of these questions might become a little bit clearer after we have that session.
Thank you. So let's go ahead, Councillor Bozo. I will go on mute.
Is this the right time to talk about how do we, as individuals, either working in small groups or in council, how do we generate ideas and have discussions? It seems to me the format of council is too formal, and you've got an agenda and you can only talk about agenda. How do we, let's say there's three of us want to get together and talk about generating some ideas on attainable housing. What are the rules around that? Often can do that, and is it frowned upon? Is it something encouraged? But this whole idea of sitting around and brainstorming in a group that are decision making is usually very productive. But I don't see council as a place where that happens. We don't have councils with an agenda called brainstorming on attainable housing.
So I think the thing to do in that case, the clerk is going to tell you that in any instance where you're meeting in a group of more than 5, you're essentially holding a meeting. So to have those types of discussions, you would ask for a matter to be put on an agenda. So it could be a planning committee agenda, and you have a discussion about brainstorming on attainable housing, because the question should be raised. All of you should agree, yes, we want to discuss that. So let's say it is attainable housing. So you pass a request a resolution, like to have a discussion about attainable housing, that would show up on an agenda, assuming that you convince 5 of your colleagues that that's a good thing to have a discussion on. Staff would come with a report. They provide you the background on how the jurisdiction around attainable housing, funding sources, et cetera, and then we could go from there in terms of a discussion about potential paths forward. I'll just add here, I don't know if the clerk wants to correct me on anything I've said or add to anything that I've said, but I think I've covered enough.
But you still can get 3 people together and discuss ideas. for sure, in my opinion.
We'll have the clerk speak.
Hi, everybody. We're having muting problems. Okay, hopefully you can hear me. So a quorum there is a quorum where we have 6 counselors together. So that is essentially the limit at which a meeting takes place where we're moving the business of council and we have a majority of counselors present. So I think next week, some of these questions will become really clear to you when we have that session. We're going to go through exactly what you can and can't do under the Municipal Act. We're going to go through how exactly you move something to an agenda, or what you can and can't do outside of business meetings. So I think once we put that in a framework with 1, 2, 3, ABC, it's going to become really clear. So hopefully that'll be helpful.
And so I'd just like to add as well, the reason for the notion of quorum, et cetera, is so that all of you have the discussion, all of you have reached consensus versus minor groups. And that minor group comes to a committee or a council meeting subsequently, and it's sort of like, well, we think this. And the rest of the group is blindsided by what you've had discussions with the rest of us. And then that sort of starts to raise some of those questions that Chris mentioned earlier about you want to make sure that you're all on the same page and everybody is sharing the same information.
Go for it.
Thank you. I do want to touch upon this because through our term of council past, this was an ongoing question for us, is that we were put into a further difficulty, which we're experiencing today, is we weren't even physically together. And so the ability to actually get together and talk about the issues that we saw we were faced with is something. Beyond the formal structure, we have had a few examples where I've seen, like just personal, where we've been able to, with the appropriate guidance from council, do more of that in behind the scenes, rolling up the sleeves. And I'll just like the Recreation Master Plan was one example of that. It was a working group that was formed, but it was formed through the direction of council first. And then we were able to go, and there was some structure around that. And yeah, I personally found that to be a very effective way of working. Another quick example, and it's funny, we don't really talk much about broadband anymore, but that was really the hot topic about 4 years ago. And through economic development, we formed a smaller committee. So there is opportunity, but I think done in a formal way sometimes, it does kind of make it more of an impactful experience at the council table.
Yeah, I think the rule is nothing about council without council, right? And that may be, council decides to strike groups, right? Work groups, or, assign committees certain tasks, but sure.
The one thing that nobody mentioned too that we should bring up is sort of what's underpinning this idea of discussion and debate happening in committees and working groups is the involvement and transparency for the public. So that's a bit of a difference when you become an elected member of council, or you're dealing with government as opposed to private sector. We have mandated transparency rules, and that's why this meeting is currently being streamed on YouTube. And we're going to go through them next week, but there's very exclusive reasons why any business of council can be moved behind closed doors. So I think all these pieces are going to come together. It's a lot to take in right now, but those are just some of the high level principles we're talking about right now.
Thank you. Let's talk about the mayor and council team. So the tone for the entirety of the organization is set at the top. There should be the reason I asked about, do the descriptions of these roles make sense? Do you see a conflict between what you see as your role as an individual counselor versus some of the specific roles around this table or within the administration? Is that there needs to be a shared definition of role. Mayor and council consider and agree to and endorse a shared definition of role of council. And so when you talk about the role of your regional councilors, that's the intent there as well. You have a shared understanding of who does what and why they do it. making sure that you're on the same page on those things is important. It's important that this body conduct and the conduct and staff relations, that you have that code of conduct, and you should. We do make reference to it in the materials, but you should have a look at that and understand it. And because it governs the relationships amongst yourselves, it governs the relationship and how you want between you and the administration. In terms of setting the tone, the mayor leads in setting the tone, enforcing the code of conduct and the procedural bylaw. But ideally, it's something where you all feel equally invested in adhering to those things and enforcing those things as well. And at the end of the day, it's about a collective effort. The system relies on council members to police themselves, and that you're working together to produce results, and that you're supporting the mayor and enforcing those rules that, as I said. So while he is ultimately the person around this table who has, explicit responsibilities for that, it is implicit in your role that you all have responsibility to adhere to those and to enforce those, and to expect your colleagues to live up to those rules. So the code of conduct is a 19-page document. You should, there's a link in the materials here to go to it, but it applies to all members of council and to members of any local boards and committees. It's very, there's some explicit language about expectations in terms of how you'll work with each other. So members will conduct their dealings with each other in ways that maintain public confidence, focus on issues rather than personalities, and avoids aggressive, offensive, or abusive language or conduct. We talk a little bit about those things. So how you address each other, tone, whether you take the negative framing of something or flip it into a positive framing of something, all those things matter, particularly when things are particularly tough, like issues are tough. It's important to try to maintain a level of decorum and respect that ultimately, while the discussions are tough, get you to an answer. How you address each other is really important. You may address each other by first name when you see each other, in the grocery store, or even in more informal sessions like this. But, referring to your colleague as Councillor so-and-so, or referring to your worship, Councillor Mason earlier saying, through you to, right? Like respecting those things ensures that there is a level of decorum that is maintained, that is proved to be positive to the discussions you have, particularly hard discussions that you have. How you refer to staff, right? Don't call them bureaucrats, right? They're civil servants, they're professional staff. Those kinds of things, mean things, right? Because I don't recall too many instances where the term bureaucrats used in a positive in a positive way, having been a former civil servant myself, and it shows respect for the roles that staff play. Respect for decisions, as we talked about. Don't impugn or malign a debate or decision, or otherwise erode the authority of council or local board. Again, part of that stewardship function that you have is, even if you really disagree with the decision that has been made around this table, right? You are not doing your duty if you're trashing the decision and if you're trashing your own organization, right? Don't be Donald Trump. And I don't think we have any of those around the table, but it is really important that you're always seen as constructive. And it doesn't mean you have to flip and say, I fully agree with it, but you're not going out of your way and trashing the decisions, or trashing the process, or trashing the organization in itself. You have pride. You're all here because you're proud of the community, and you want to, got to be conscious of how you conduct yourself to make sure that pride always shines through and people continue to be proud of the community in which they live. And as the clerk said, that you have an integrity commissioner. If you are ever in doubt about anything from a compliance or ethics perspective, you can reach out to individual to get guidance. And that's important. When in doubt, ask the question. Don't assume you know the answer. It's important because you're not expected to know those things in and out. It's also to protect you, quite frankly. That you sought advice in the first place. Particularly where people think there is a conflict of interest or an ethical issue in place, and to be able to have the advice and or the opinion of the integrity commissioner saying otherwise is going to be important as a way of reinforcing the legitimacy of you and this body. Coming together on priorities. So we talked about how do we generate ideas. Derek's going to talk a bit about the strategic plan that is in place and the accomplishments that were made. But it's important early in your term, once you're sworn in, that you do come to an agreement on what the priorities are, not just in terms of long-term strategic, but also how you anchor the long-term strategic in terms of the near term. So what are the priorities for the next year? And it's really important that you as a body maintain a focus on those priorities in terms of how what is coming on the agenda. So that you're not losing sight of things or allowing the urgent to replace the important. There is always going to be urgent stuff for you to deal with, but it's important and incumbent on this group that you maintain a focus on what you said is important for you and important for the town. And having that shared sense of what the priorities are and where you want to go strategically certainly does do a lot to facilitate the quality of the interactions you have and the decision making that you do around the table here. And the other thing, taking time, whether it's through special meetings or whatever it may be, to have strategic discussions or to revisit strategy and to reset priorities, that's perfectly within your right to do so. Again, you have to do it in a way that is procedurally compliant, but you can take time out of the hustle and bustle of a normal municipal council agenda to have those kind of more strategic and or even generative discussions that you want to have as a way of making sure that you're not losing sight of the long-term interests of the organization as well. So in terms of setting the priorities, there's the stuff you guys ran on. There's the bringing that to the table, setting the vision for the term, updating your thinking around your strategic plan, and then making sure the priorities that you agree to get actually are important frames are factored into things like budgets. And what it is you occupy your time with as a council, what it is you seek to understand in terms of performance measures and targets, and not making sure that the vision isn't divorced from the fundamental, the fundamental tools you have at your disposal to actually turn vision into reality, which are your budgets and your bylaws and your operational plans. In terms of making council meetings efficient, prep, read your agenda packages, and ask, you can raise questions on things that are raised in the package, but to do it through the proper channels through Derek it is important. And it's not just about preparing, it's also about participating. And it's difficult to participate if you haven't prepared. There's nothing more frustrating than people who participate who haven't prepared, as I'm sure you've experienced before. So it's really important. And then understanding and always refreshing yourself on procedures to make sure that you're doing things that in a way that they're supposed to do. In terms of working together, the mayor, the clerk, it's important to remember certain things to maintain discipline around your meetings, imposition, enforcement of delegation rules, right? The more lax you become about that, the longer you're going to spend here, which you may want to. You may enjoy getting home at 1 a.m, but enforcing some of those things may mean you can get home at 11. Time allocated to council staff questions. So having some rigor around agenda items and making sure that you're getting through the agenda, requirements for council endorsement of staff directions, staff reports, making sure you're very clear about that. making sure, how your decisions, are formalized is really important. And regular reporting on outstanding reports and taking the time to produce them. So making sure you're doing appropriate follow-up, right? If you're used to running kind of like a bring forward file, council should have a bring forward file. And a bring forward file that is reasonable in its expectations as to when things are going to come back to the table. Safeguarding council. I've gone through a lot of this. The big thing, in addition to using structuring time, keeping the time, being very explicit about how you're going to do your debate. It's also and people have generally been very good about this even today, is, make sure, if somebody's already made your point, then just reinforce that I support the point. And then if you had something additive, be additive in the discussion. So focus on being additive to the discussion when you are engaging in debate. It says here, avoid deferrals, but deferring something is a very legitimate tool at your disposal, particularly where you feel like you don't have the information there are additional questions that need to be researched and answered in order to come to a decision that you're comfortable with and believe is in the interests of the organization. So in terms of the council team and the CAO, as I said, the CAO is the linchpin. He's the one employee that you hire directly. He interprets you to staff. He interprets staff to you. So that liaison or that interlocutor role that the CAO plays is really important. And so the scope of the job includes all the challenges of the municipality and all the challenges of the job. And they're responsible for being the overall, not only the COO, but in that is the strategic leader of the administration as well. And so it's a very important role, and it's key to making sure that the two sides of the municipality work well. There are a number of issues that are affecting administration and affecting Derek and his team. And I'm sure, if you're involved with other organizations, the big one right now is human resources. Finding people, qualified people, and once you find them, actually retaining them. It's a very constrained labor market. The municipal labor market has been challenging for years because of an aging demographic and retirements, and not enough people coming into the sector. And there's been a lot of there's quite a lot of pillaging each other for for resources, and so that's one of the when we do an annual survey of CAOs, and in our most recent survey of CAOs, that was the issue. And I think if you're reading things in the popular media, it's kind of an issue for chief executives across the board. But it's important, again, setting the tone from the top, making sure that, and again, making staff feel appreciated doesn't mean you have to accept everything that staff puts in front of you. But acting in a manner that is respectful, following the chain of command, those types of things ensure that if you've got really good people around the table on the administrative side, they're going to want to stick with you. And in this day and age, if you've got good people, you don't want to let them go. So whatever you can do to keep them around is really important. In terms of the council team and the relationship with department heads and divisional teams, again, it's just really important to remember that administration and you as elected representatives have different roles. And those roles are enumerated on the top of the slide. But in terms of you want something, staff are going to produce research and they're going to produce advice on it. you know, between what they have as advice and what you want, you're gonna have to come to a conclusion as to, you know, is it a good or bad or necessary thing to do. And so, you know, making sure that you have that strong relationship and that you're each performing your respective roles, you in terms of strategy and policy and oversight, and them in administration in terms of, you know, research, evidence, you know, what policy is on the books, and best professional advice will hopefully mean you'll get to good decisions all the time, and avoid bad decisions. In terms of who does what from a process perspective, relative to you as council and the administration, agenda setting is a shared responsibility. You should avoid getting in a situation where you feel like staff set the agenda and you don't ever get to the things that you want to, and or vice versa, where it's everything we want and administration doesn't have a chance to help shape the agenda, because there are going to be things that from an administrative perspective have to be dealt with by council. So again, that's why the relationship between the mayor and the CAO is really important in terms of how you craft the agenda, setting your priorities early, so that is a primary lens and frame through which you're setting up your agendas, and there's clarity on both sides about those priorities, and making sure that those things hit the agenda. That's an important shared responsibility that shouldn't be dominated by one side or the other. Developing materials and advice, that is the role of staff, but there is a role for council to be saying, these are the kinds of questions I'm interested in having answered. These are the kinds of considerations I want to make sure are factored into the analysis. Being very clear about your expectations around the kind of information you need to make decisions is well within your purview to do, right? So while you can't say, Derek, your report should say this, you can say, Derek, generally when you and your team are bringing forward reports, these are the kinds of things we want to make sure that are considered in each and every one. Maybe it's, tell me how it is aligned or not aligned with our strategic plan. Tell me what the key risks are associated with doing this and not doing this. There are things you may want to make sure that are consistently presented and factored into staff analysis. So that's very okay and actually quite helpful to staff if your expectations are clear, so they're not always trying to hope they're stabbing in the right places in the dark to make sure that they're developing decision materials that meet your expectations. Approval is fundamentally yours. And again, just because staff advise it doesn't mean you have to follow it. I mean, if it's the law, then you should follow it, but obviously, but sometimes you may disagree with advice, and that's okay. But you should be satisfied that there's enough evidence, in fact, in favor of a decision that you want to make to justify the decision too. So it's not just rejecting advice willy-nilly because it happens to be inconvenient, not what you want to hear. Implementation, that's staff. Your role, though, is that stewardship function, right? Every once in a while, I'll check in. How's this program or how's this policy running out? Can you produce a report? Tell us how it's going. How are we performing against metrics? All that is fair game for you to ask for of staff and for them to bring out. But telling them, specifically or interfering in the administration of certain processes. That is not something that council is to do, and the monitor and review. It's important when you set your priorities that at that point you agree on how you want to monitor, how you want to review things. Just be very clear with staff, right? Is this something I want to hear about monthly? Is this something I want to hear about quarterly? Is this something we should be revisiting annually? Because if you don't have, and that may be something you want as part of reports, right? Tell us what the reporting and frequency will be. Because if you don't do that, you'll forget about it and then you'll wonder where it is. And then you may or may not be happy when you actually do remember to ask something to come back about what the status of those things are because you thought it was important, right? So just be very clear about what the expectation is for when things are coming back as well. Covered this. Covered most of this. Covered that. Covered this, but it's worth going over. It's okay to disagree with the staff report, as I said, but it needs to be done in a manner that is focused on the content, not the personalities involved. Before a report is public, it's inappropriate to interfere and try to change the advice or to change the nature of the report. If you have concerns about what may be coming forward, you should be raising those with Derek. And again, the best way to, the best way to address these things is not to direct what a report should say, but to ask that the report consider certain factors or issues. Once a report is public, it's perfectly fine to offer new information or identify deficiency in a report. Again, it's a deficiency in the report, not a deficiency in the person who produced the report. But you should generally want to operate in a no surprises environment. So if you're a team, you don't want to surprise each other, right? And so the whole purpose, as the clerk explained, around quorum and making sure too many of you don't arrive at Tim Hortons at the same time, is to make sure that there is no surprises. The council's fully apprised of everything that's kind of going on. And if you see something coming, and or raise it as soon as possible with your colleagues and with Derek. Don't be the person who holds something back for hoping staff members don't consider it so you can play gotcha in the council chamber. All that, there are people for whom that is their game. They get elected because that is their game, but it's not conducive to constructive working relationships. And in an era where you're fighting for talent, it's not conducive to keeping people in the organization as well. And don't craft important policy motions on the fly, right? So again, following your procedure, but also being very deliberate and having a clear understanding amongst yourselves and with administration, like, what does a process for a complicated policy matter look like? Like, what are the gates we're going to set up? If I was in your position, I would say, before you force a decision on me, you should say, here's the issue, right? Like maybe the one report is just the issue in the background. What's driving it? What are the issues at play? And education on it. And don't assume that everybody will know and understand it. What legislation applies to it. Have some discussions and Q&A that. Then the next council meeting is, okay, bring forward the options and bring forward the recommendation. So that nobody likes drive-by public administration where it's like, here's the issue, it's burning, you got to deal with it now. Here are all the ugly options you have before you. Here's the least ugly option that we have to recommend. Now make a decision, right? So being very clear about how you want bigger issues to kind of be presented to this table, and on occasion not being afraid to defer things so that you have more time to wrap your head around things or to get more information, is perfectly legitimate way to deal with things. I already touched on language matters. Well, I said bureaucrat. The other thing is, I don't remember the last time politician was used in a positive sense. So elected official is good language to use. But the bottom line at the end of the day is you got to have respect for the institution, respect for each other, respect for administration, respect for the public whom put you in these positions. And so don't be afraid to be very clear about, making sure that you're always conducting yourself well. Mayor, council, and the public, we covered a lot of this in terms of, your role. Are you elected to lead? Or are you elected to be the voice of? It's a bit of both, but at the end of the day, you're elected to make decisions. You're not a delegate or representative. There's a difference between being a delegate and a representative. A delegate is actually sent there to deliver on a specific agenda, whereas a representative is sent there to make decisions based on her weighing of all the interests and all the evidence to come to a decision. You'll have questions, citizens will have questions. It's important that you follow the chain of command on that as well. I know it's tempting because I have a good relationship with the manager bylaw. If I raise that with him or her, it'll get taken care of. But again, it's appropriate if a constituent has an issue to be pushing it, to be raising it and having Derek push that through the administration and making sure that he's getting the response. I think it's perfectly fair. We've been in situations where people say, I do that, but then I never hear how it's resolved. I think it's fair for you to ask that, you get a heads up for how it's been resolved or addressed based on things that you are raised by your constituents. The important thing too is don't overpromise and under deliver. There may be things you cannot fix, right? Or that you're going to get stories from constituents which you would say, oh my God, like what the heck are we doing? There's always two sides to the story or three sides to the story, or four. It's important to have the full story, and so don't make improper commitments. But it is fair to do your diligence to ask to make sure, okay, well, if this wasn't the case, how was this resolved, right? And it may not be that an issue could be resolved to the satisfaction of the individual, but you need to satisfy yourself that at least the proper process was done to get to that conclusion, and that resolution wasn't arbitrary on the part of staff either. We talked about this, ward versus local. I'll stop there. Any questions on any of that material? Yeah. Yeah.
I'm sure the cookies are there.
So we'll take a 5-minute break. 10 minutes.
5 is fine. You don't care about the rest.
Are we ready to get back at it? It's just a little bit more to go. Just a little bit more to go.
Yeah, no, I like it. Oh, I had to turn up. I couldn't hear you.
So the next thing we want to touch on is, as we mentioned earlier, and as you all know, you operate in a two-tier in a two-tier municipal construct, and so there's you as a township council and the township of Muskoka Lakes, and then you have the district of Muskoka, and you have your district councilors there. There's a division of responsibilities, which as you go through your briefings, you'll become more familiar with, but the division of responsibilities, service responsibilities between the township and the district is meant to be complementary. So there are certain things that are within the sphere of responsibility of Muskoka Lakes, community centers, libraries, fire services, building services, rec programs, and facilities. There's areas of overlap in terms of economic development, emergency planning as well, Derek, I believe. And then there are things that are firmly within the district's responsibility in terms of, regional roads, locks, bridges, natural resources. They have significant land use planning responsibilities as well. They have parks, the parks, environment, land use planning, roads, bridges, natural resources. Those are overlapping responsibilities, but they have responsibilities for, they have to, under statute, have a long-term care home. They have waste management. They have ambulance services, the Muskoka Airport, wastewater. They have policing, at least the contract with the OPP. So as you, particularly for new folks, as you get involved more deeply in your role, you begin to understand the who does what within the two-tier structure. And then as we undertook on behalf of the municipality a look at that the inter-tier relationship, one of the things that I think was an important finding was the increasing creep of areas of provincial responsibility into the district and into the township, quite frankly. Particularly in social and human services, social and attainable housing. It's not only, it's a preoccupation of the province, it's a preoccupation of the district, and it's, based on today's discussion, a preoccupation of the municipality as well. The district gets funded by its portion of the tax bill that goes to your taxpayers. So there's two portions to the tax bill. What your levy is, three. Yes, because of the education taxes. So those are where your funding streams come in. There is, as we said, some overlap, so some duplication of responsibilities. The intent, though, is that there are certain, again, the ACEs are to be in their places in terms of who has what responsibility, particularly in terms of planning. But sometimes, those things come together. Go ahead. I will go on mute.
Thanks, Chris. I just wanted to jump in, and this diagram may be perceived as a little simplistic, but it's a really good reference point for us to use going forward, and we may touch back here looking at it in future conversations. I heard a lot about social and attainable housing. You'll see where this factors in on the diagram. And so we want to be careful about going outside of our sphere of jurisdiction and ensure, because if we're starting to do things that aren't within our sphere, we're actually going to be duplicating. And if we're doing something that's outside of our sphere that's potentially somebody else is taking care of, that means we're displacing funds that we could be redirecting to other parts of our existing program. So we need to have a very conscious, make a conscious decision through a thoughtful discussion before we do those types of things. And what we may end up doing is complementary, and that's fine, but we need to recognize that there are other levels of government that may be taking care of those responsibilities. And so where we find things that are occurring that we're not particularly happy with, and we've had some site-specific issues in the municipality. We take on, there's the role of advocacy, and it can be advocacy to the district through district councillors, or it can be advocacy to the province through AMO delegations, so the Association of Municipalities of Ontario conference, where the mayor on behalf of council and those members who are attending usually accompany the mayor will sort of seek a delegation with a minister and speak to the minister about a particular issue. So in past, we've spoken about Hardy Lake Park and flooding, things like that. Yeah, so that's the points I wanted to raise there. Thanks, Chris.
No, that's and as Derek said, you know, because you're in a two-tier structure and you're a creature of the province, intergovernmental relations is a pretty fundamental responsibility of yourselves and supported by the administration here. From an intergovernmental perspective, there's a mixture of short, medium, and long-term strategies. I'll talk about the inter-tier review that the previous council did that had a mix of short, medium, and long-term issues and approaches to those issues that you want to deal with the district. The same goes with the province, because there are over 70 pieces of provincial legislation that impact you, that matter to you, and so there is, you know, it's kind of a three-level chess game that you have to play, and it's a delicate mix of both politics and policy. You know, so you don't, we only have ambassadors and envoys federally, but in a lot of respects, there's an element that looks just like the Department of Foreign Affairs at the municipal level in terms of how you have to deal with other governments. So for major provincial issues, so, you know, when we were doing the inter-tier review with the last council, one of the things that was coming up was, you know, local share contributions from municipalities to hospitals, right? And some were not, you know, not happy and don't believe it should be the responsibility of local taxpayers to fund hospital infrastructure. You know, that's an example. And so on something like that, you know, trying to work through your associations like AMO, for instance, to try to advocate and affect some change in that respect, so there's less pressure on local taxpayers to make a difference in what some see should be a provincially funded program, is an example where you'd use the municipal association. There are things that you would have to do on your own outside of AMO, your own advocacy to the province for infrastructure funding, you know, or advocating through the district around transfers and grants and contributions, or even doing that advocacy yourself. As Derek said, on land use matters, either doing that advocacy with the district or, you know, on the broader areas of policy and legislation and what is permitted there, doing that with the province. What is important from an intergovernmental perspective, and this goes back to Councillor Nishikawa's good comments on the role of regional councillors and the relationship with the region, is it's essential to really speak with one corporate voice, that there is a town of Muskoka Lakes position on major intergovernmental files that you have. The other thing too is, you know, not worried about the district because you have representation, but you need to maintain and foster good connectivity and good relationships. So, you know, while you have district councillors, it's important that they have, you know, those district councillors are, you know, building good relationships across the table and with administration, and that your administration's building good relationships with the district's administration, and that extends to the province, because it's those building relationships. When I look at it, it's about building up political capital over time so that you can spend that political capital when you need to in the interests of your municipality. We've dealt with municipalities who don't bother to invest the time in building relationships, both at the administrative and political levels, either with their upper tier or with government. And they're consistently frustrated why they never get their way. Well, they never get their way because they always keep their toys, they're always keeping their own toys in their own sandbox, and have never really bothered to build the kinds of relationships, to build the kind of political capital they needed. So when they really needed something for their community, they could cash that political capital in. And that is so much of what intergovernment relations is about. It's not just arriving on the doorstep when you have an issue or a concern. It's also a continued effort to build relationships where you need those relationships for the purposes of leveraging those relationships when your community needs it. So as I said, it last fall, and so it was a year ago, we worked with the last council to workshop its relationship with the district. And there were a number of issues that were identified and kind of prioritized under three buckets of approaches. There were areas where the previous council felt, some service level review is required for services that are delivered or administered through the district. So that was around policing, roads, and health. There was in planning services, it was felt that there needed to be an exercise where there is a greater role clarification about who does what, both locally versus what happens at the district. And then the third was, listen, there are ongoing issues that we have very much a concern and interest in. And it really is about making sure that we're present and really fully participating in our wearing our district hats and participating in the district. And that was around the environment, particularly watershed management and climate change. And so being active, raising those things, trying to bring the other communities within the district together to do something in an organized fashion around those issues. So one was, let's look at the operations and figure out how we can, how well they're operating, and let's figure out if we can make them operate better, or make sure that there's a more equitable distribution of service or a more equitable apportionment of costs. The second was, before we can really tackle the problem, we first need to define the problem. So let's look at roles and responsibilities. And the third was, listen, these are important emerging things. And so this is where we want to exercise some collaboration and political clout around the district table to advance some of our interests in these areas. And so there were those principles that the report that was brought to council outlined. At the end of the day, as I said, good intergovernment relations doesn't involve bombing the bridges and setting the furniture on fire. It is, even if you have short and medium term objectives, it is a patient long-term gain of building relationships that can be leveraged over time. So that's why it was, on all these things that was set forward, was that the district is a reality, and the district construct is important within the work. So we should approach each of these things in terms of being collaborative, being transparent in the reviews and the discussions and the information that's coming out, making sure that we're very clear about what we're looking at and what the problems that we're trying to solve. Even where we satisfy ourselves things are in working order. And where we do identify opportunities for improvement, that we're regularly reviewing those things and regularly reviewing the relationship and the who does what, because the policy environment is not static, and making sure that the community is engaged in this and understands the relationship and who does what, and has input and say on what may need to change in that relationship as well. So that's just a quick brief primer on the intergovernmental dynamic that you are facing as councillors. We're going to, given the time of the clock, we're going to skip the third team building exercise, but I do want to turn it over to Derek to talk about the strategic plan and the accomplishments and that were made last term. So I'm just going to stop my share for a second. Pull up the other document. Yes. Yeah, please.
Thank you. Those last few slides touched upon at a high level the relationship between government, us in the district and province. It also touched upon the highlights of the discussions we had on the district. And I think that's the foundational start, I guess, of that other conversation we might have in the future, right?
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you.
Sorry, just want to make sure I pull up the right. Oh, does she have? So we want the slides, right? Just those slides.
We're just, members of council, we're just bringing up the last 3 slides in the deck. So just bear with us, please.
So I don't have the deck.
Email from you, Chris?
There we go. So
She sent me the 3 documents: the strat plan, the council term account, and the ongoing projects.
here we are. There we were.
You were sharing, I think.
No, Rochelle was.
Oh, Rochelle was.
Rochelle, can you share that, please?
Could you just clarify what presentation you'd like me to pull up again?
Yeah, I need to share the last 3 slides. Slide 63. There we go. Okay, everybody can hear me all right? Okay, perfect. So Chris talked about council setting priorities, and I'm going to take you back a few years to our discussion about the strategic plan. As the returning members of council will know, that's where council identifies its vision, as well as the goals and objectives that it wishes to achieve over the term. And so, interestingly, our strategic plan goes to 2024, and that was quite purposeful on our part, because the reason we did that was to enable the new term of council sort of to catch their breath, get acclimatized to the system for that first 6 to 8 months, get used to the decision-making role, the legislation, all the parameters. And so we'll be moving forward to update that the strategic plan towards the end of 23. And so the strategic plan is important because it allows, so Chris talked about setting priorities early in the term. Well, that's really where we're going to be setting our priorities. The annual priorities come out of the goals and objectives of that strategic plan. So those priorities are identified as your opportunity to sort of kick them around is really through the budget process, because the goals and objectives translate to priorities as well as in the budget, as well as in our annual business plans, which are part of the budget process. So you'll see us coming forward with recommendations for capital spends on certain projects, whether they be infrastructure, but they also will be related to various studies that we'll need to accomplish to make decisions going forward in the term. So I think another thing that we sort of talked about earlier is that you'll find that things take a little bit longer, and it's because of the breadth of the issues that we have to deal with, the breadth of our responsibilities, our capacity as an administrative team to get it done, resources. Councillor Moira Kent and I were talking about resources earlier. Legislative requirements, the process, as well as a big piece, public engagement. And I said this earlier, right? Bringing the community along as part of that journey, ensuring that they're in lockstep with us and that they've had the ability to comment on things that we're considering before decisions get made. So a really good example of a project that took probably longer, I think, than many of us would have realized was our official plan. And that's because the community was so engaged in the changes to the policies that they felt needed to occur. And that's a good thing. And it's interesting because the planning professionals that took part in that process had made comments about the fact that that was perhaps their first project in their careers, their long careers, where there was that many touch points for the community in terms of ability ability to provide comment or participate. And, I see Councillor Bosenworth smiling, but that from a planning perspective, it's a good thing, because if you go online, there's videos online about planners talking about public meetings, and they had 5 people show up and they were really excited about that. And I think that was sort of the old days. I think that's changing. I really do think from a public policy perspective, that's a good thing that it is changing. So that said, if we could go to the next slide, please. So, in each of these documents,
Sorry, there's a question. Sorry.
I was just saying I was smiling.
Take yourself off mute.
I was smiling because in spite of the huge amount of public input we got, there was still cries at the end of that process to say that there wasn't enough time. So it is interesting.
okay, so in addition to your slideshow, there was a copy of the strategic plan. There's also the copy of this accomplishments document. And so at the end of the term, we prepared this document to its council of all of the things that had gotten done during the term, because it's quite easy as we're caught in decision-making monthly to sort of lose track of our accomplishments over time. And so we presented this at our last council meeting, and it was truly something that, the administration and council should share a lot of pride in that we accomplished that much. And it's interesting insofar as this was possible, I would suggest to you, because council created the conditions for success. And those conditions involve really establishing a vision with goals and objectives through the strategic plan, following proper process, following your rules, ensuring that there was a respectful dialogue, ensuring that the council code of conduct was followed, ensuring that we had proper engagement, we were following legislative requirements. But thirdly, and perhaps most importantly, council was always very supportive of staff when we brought initiatives forward, because we were following what you had wanted us to do through the strategic plan. And so I firmly believe that those 3 conditions were why we were able to achieve what we did collectively. So then if we could go to the next piece, Chriselle. Thank you. So the last document that we have for you is really sort of a snapshot of what's ongoing in terms of major projects, along with sort of the decisions that you'll need to make in the first 100 days and over this sort of course of the first 2 years of the term. And that's still sort of things ongoing from the various goals and objectives in the strategic plan. It's also there are also initiatives that council has previously committed resources to and given staff direction. And where we need you to make further decisions, you'll see that as part of the budget process. We'll be coming to you with certain questions. You'll notice that with respect to the majority of the dates, they tend to trend towards the first half of the term, and that's because we're anticipating an update of that strategic plan. And then once we've done that, then we'll forecast what projects we can do over the balance of the term, and they may go into the term after. But one thing that council did when we approved the strategic plan is they also approved what we call the strategic plan implementation plan. And that had dates where we were forecasting certain projects getting done. And the reason that the administration did that is we wanted council to be cognizant of the timeframes that we felt it was going to take to get those projects done, because that's part of that capacity sort of matter for that I need to look at to make sure that we're not overburdening staff, because a lot of these major projects, you have to appreciate, are in addition to the daily workload that staff are taking care of. And so to advance these major initiatives, quite often we can do some of it, but we also have to go out and hire consultants to finish it for us, because we don't necessarily have the in-house capacity and sometimes expertise to do certain of these projects. And so you've heard of some. So for example, Councilor Nazan talked about the parking recreation master plan, right? And you also heard Councilor Zavitz talk about the transportation master plan. Those are both being completed by consultants because we just need that additional capacity to help us push through those projects. So I think I've covered that off. I don't want to get into too much more detail, but we'll be talking about that through in further conversations, whether it be through further presentations by staff. And, so for example, when Mr. Donaldson talks about the Finance 101 session that we'll have and the initial budget guidelines, there'll be plenty of opportunity for further conversation in that regard. And quite frankly, the administration looks forward to that as well. So thank you. So I think at this point, Your Worship, Chris and I and the team are open to any other questions that you may have. Recognize it's been a bit of a long afternoon for everybody. So if we wanted to wrap up, we can do that as well.
I have I have a comment. I have a comment or a question, and I will keep it very high level, not specific. One of the challenges that will, I think, fall to many people who for whom this municipal governance is a new thing will be the challenge of accepting the fact that we can't jump in with both feet tomorrow and get stuff fixed in a week. And we'll leave, I won't identify what I'm talking about, but the simple fact is, we just went through a fairly long process of getting elected. We spent a lot of time listening and talking to constituents. We addressed, to the best of our abilities, questions that were submitted through all candidates' meetings and outside of all candidates' meetings. And I think we come here with a fairly fresh read on what's truly important to the people that are resident here. And so if you take the strategic plan at face value and the fact that it essentially runs through one more year, it's almost as if we put a platform out and we're running our platform against the strategic plan as opposed to running against the other people who were running for the same office as us. And that is from somebody who's worked in an environment where a really, really good idea or a really important thing would get done and implemented a lot faster than it would by saying, well, we can put it on the schedule for later on when we do a new strategic plan. That's going to be a big challenge for probably just me, but certainly maybe others who think we have a pretty good finger on the pulse and know what the expectation is and don't really want to spend the next 18 months apologizing on some issues that we think need to get done as quickly as they can get done. I think that was a question. If it wasn't, I'll go at the end. I'll get off here.
So thank you. So I think that was part of the reason why we included the last document that we did, insofar as wanting to advise you of the major projects that we have on the go, together what we are anticipating the major decisions to be. So I think we're open to a conversation about, do we need to course change, and I think that can occur through the budget process in terms of identifying priorities, etc. But based on what I've heard in the community, because I also attended the all candidates meetings. Now, mind you, I wasn't with you on the campaign trail, so I'm not saying that I know everything that's in your heads. But of the major initiatives that I heard about, save and except for a few, I think they are ongoing now. If there are other immediate things that you want us to do, certainly we can have the conversation. But I think there needs to be recognition then that if you're asking us to shift gears, that may take away from a priority that's on the table now. And there needs to be a conscious decision with direction to staff to make that happen. So absolutely open to the conversation, but recognize that something on the table is going to drop off because we only have so much capacity, unless there's additional resources brought in to accommodate those additional requests.
So this list, I'll pick one, SJR licensing, that project's been approved. Is that right? If it's on this list, does that mean it's already been approved by everybody at some point in prior years? I'm just trying to understand what you just said, which is. Oh, I have to undo my mute, sorry.
Thank you. So that's direction from council that we investigate a licensing regime. And so if you move across the table, it indicates that the actions that need to be taken to make that happen. So that's a consideration as part of the 2022 budget or 2023 budget.
In that particular one, you guys are working on that, but a decision has been made by council. You can probably tell me that.
I can't remember.
Okay, I'm just using that as an example. These are projects that are coming forward to the council, or are they things that have been already approved by council?
I'll do it.
My recollection is it was a direction given to staff to prepare a report about the different possible issues, concerns, and opportunities that would present themselves if we move forward. To my knowledge, it's fairly fresh, I think, and I don't think it's been brought back yet, so we haven't seen the work product.
This list is a great list. It's really helpful for a newbie like me. The question is, are these considerations or approvals? Maybe that's just one more, little red mark on here. It's under consideration, or it's been approved and you're now implementing it. I didn't know when I read it. For example, I thought SDR licensing was on the to be considered area rather than approved. You saw this list? Yeah. For example, so and everyone may be different, or they're all in planning and development stage. That's not, you're not going to tell me that answer today. It was just maybe for newbies like me, it'd be helpful to know which ones were approved already and which ones are under consideration. That's the only difference. Sorry, but thank you.
Okay, we can follow up on that.
Yeah, just to add, it might be just helpful to understand even the status of certain projects. So if we're at the beginning of the project, middle or towards the end, then that becomes a little bit easier to understand. Specific to the short-term rentals, this has been something that has been brought forward through council for over the past year or so. Again, patience, because it wasn't actually in a priority list, but it was one that got brought further up into the priority list and has been brought forward. And the direction to staff was, please go away. They've already done years of work on this historically. So that was to come back with all of the evidence that's happening around us as well, to give us a path forward and options. So our future decisions as council will be centered around what is the appropriate course of action to address the impacts of short-term rentals in the township of Muskoka Lakes. So I don't know if that helps, but I do think understanding where we might be in a project actually is quite helpful. Thank you.
So just to add, part of that consideration is knowing that that's coming forward and knowing that there was going to be resources needed to be allocated to certain functions. We're just identifying those as potential items that council will have to consider as part of the approval of the 2023 budget.
Any other questions or comments that folks want to make? Councillor Roberts? Councillor Roberts, you're on mute.
Oh, sorry about that. So you didn't hear all the good words I just said about you. Well, I did. And I want to thank you for bringing your knowledge to this forum and experience and coaching. It was well received from my position. The presentation that you have, I'm sorry I missed it, but were we sent that presentation? Yes, that I missed it someplace. You're mute now.
Yes, it was part of the package for this meeting, Councillor.
So there's a good example. I didn't find it.
Was it? Okay. But regardless, I think I don't want to make commitments, but it could be sent out fresh too. It's yours to keep, though. The good news is it's yours to keep when you find it.
All right, listen, thank you very much, everybody. Does anybody have any more questions before we wrap up for the weekend, right? It's Friday, so it's the weekend. Good. Anybody outside there? I can see Councillor-elect Zavitz. I'll go on mute.
Thank you, and through you. I guess I would ask a question of staff. Given today's experience being out here and not being in the building in Port Carling, are we right up to speed as a entity with the electronic piece that we have been talking about for months and months and months? Is this what we experience today going to be the new normal? I'm not suggesting it's good or bad. I'm just asking the question. Are we facilitated completely up now? And is this our system for hybrid meetings?
So once again, I'm just gonna remind everybody that we can't actually talk. We can't make any resolutions. We can't talk about the future business of council because we have not sworn in council. We're here meeting for a training session and we can't wait until Tuesday. We've sworn in and we can talk about all the future plans we have for electronic meetings.
Supplemental?
Yeah, go ahead.
Thank you. I guess my question is about the actual dynamics of the meeting format in terms of electronically. Is the township council chambers now completely suited up, if you will? Is this the new normal, what I'm just experiencing today? Obviously, there's some people with volume on, volume off, et cetera, mute. But there have been a number of hiccups. It hasn't been super smooth. I'm wondering if that is as a result of we haven't got all the electronic equipment in place yet, is my question. Thank you.
There is no electronic equipment in place for this to be facilitated as a hybrid meeting, and that's what you're experiencing right now. It's a bunch of laptops connected individually to Zoom in a council meeting. And next week, when we have our presentation on Friday, we'll tell you all about the plans we have to hopefully that the previous council already approved to get this retrofitted, but it has not been done for today.
Anyone else with a question? No? Okay. I want to thank everybody for participating, not the least of which is Chris Loretto for coming in and guiding us through this. I found it tremendously helpful, very remedial. I would like to thank staff. I know they're in the background online here, and I know Derek's sitting next to me. Thank you all very much for the support and the coaching. And particularly, I would like to thank our clerk for her indulgences throughout the day. Thank you very much. And Cheryl Hollis is here giving us her support as well. I think this has been a great exercise. I mean, it kind of level sets in terms of process procedure. It's really fun to see everybody that we've only seen in sort of weird scenarios or not seen very much of come together around a bunch of laptops and in the council chamber and through Zoom. And I sense we're going to have some tremendous time together. We're going to do really well for our constituents, for the township of Muskoka Lakes, and I think we're going to enjoy each other's company in the process. So Thank you very much. I guess the next is Tuesday, the 22nd. I think we will all be here. I haven't heard otherwise. I hope we will all be here to get sworn in. I'm really looking forward to that. And then we'll pick this up again next Friday in the afternoon, I believe it is, for round 2 in terms of boarding and kind of assimilation. So thank you very much. Have a great weekend. We'll see you next week.